What's up, everybody, and welcome back to Westeros. We are coming at you live with A Sea of Spears, our Song of Ice and Fire role-playing game. But if you're here, you probably already know that. And you probably already know that we are getting really dang close to the end, the climactic finish of the Princess Myrcella Baratheon's name day tourney, which is our big first sweeping arc here with the young heirs to House Nymaryen, and it's turned into kind of their coming out party here in King's Landing, their reacquaintance with the court here in Westeros and all the Seven Kingdoms. And they have had a heck of a week. There's been jousting, there's been archery contests, there's been riding contests, there's been all sorts of surprises about parentages and bloodlines and bastards. There's been friendships. There was a rogue knight that got killed. There's been prizes that have been won. There's been flirtations aplenty. There's been broken hearts. There's been. I don't think there's any lost maidenheads, actually. Those were already all gone. But there's been some romance. There's been laughter. There's been drinking and dancing. There's been new friendships and alliances forged. There's been mysterious murders. All kinds of stuff has been going on. And what we've got coming up today is the end of the tourney with the championship round of the joust. And then we've got. Sorry, my phone started talking to me. Shut up, Google.
Now featuring special guest star.
Yeah, of Rusty's phone, trying to say what my day looks like. I'm explaining my day. We're going to Westeros. So we got the championship of the joust, and then, of course, we've got the closing feast, which can be just as dangerous as the melee that House Nymaryen recently got a grudging draw from Call to Victory over King Robert. Let's meet House Nymaryen, everybody. Let's start with Felicia. Who are you? Who's your character? Who's introducing themselves next? Go!
I am Felicia. I play Lady Rhaena Nymaryen, and I am the heir to House Nymaryen. We are a Dornish house, so that Lady Rhaena may be the heir. And she knows she is better than most people, but she's working on being. She's trying to learn how to be warm. It doesn't always work, but she's trying really hard. and I have I didn't win much of anything this week except the I led
Hearts
us
and
to
minds.
right hearts and minds. I technically I guess we won the melee, but I won a duel against someone who accused our house of being treacherous murderers of small folk, and then he died. But I didn't kill him; he just died.
He just died.
Yeah, he was rather small too, but
he was pretty. And
There's a lot of that going around.
And in the pictures, I'm the one that's the blonde lady. So I will go to Lady Bela, who is my twin.
That's me. I'm Erica, and I play the Lady Bela. I'm a younger twin sister, and I led our team at the melee, and we somehow managed to tie against King Robert himself, who only abdicated based upon the intervention of his Kingsguard and John Aaron, who put a stop to it before someone got seriously hurt. The king. And,
Me.
And yeah, we've had a pretty good week. I made it to the final 8 in the joust, which is pretty amazing. And yeah, I'm having a really amazing week. So the spirits are quite high as we go into this final feast. So we'll go to my brother Lucaris next.
Hi. Okay, let's go to.
No.
Hi, everybody. My name is Robert. I'll be playing Luke. He is the third oldest child here, and he's had a pretty good week. 10-10 would do again.
That's it.
That's what you need to know, I guess. Yeah, it's been a good week. And then we'll go to the youngest brother. Let's go to Adam.
Hi, I'm Ash. I play Adam Nymaryen, the youngest of the 4 siblings, who has had.
Would you say 10-10 would do again?
Maybe not.
Some of it. It's been a bit of a wild ride. Shut up.
Shut
I
up.
know what you're saying.
Well, we are now.
Yeah, so it has won an archery tournament. Well, won the archery contest, but then got his heart smashed to pieces. But then, kind of had a nice time, like with his siblings at the Jade Spring last session, though not literally in the same rooms.
Thank goodness.
Yeah, and it's still quite mixed up, but feeling a little bit less like throwing himself in the black water.
Awesome.
Which is honestly kind of a step up for Adam, considering how he felt at the start of the week. Like he's got a little spring in his step. He's got a little swagger going on, a little more confidence and stuff. Considering how he felt at the start of the week, separate from his family and all that good stuff. So I think it's just been a pretty good week all around for House Nymaryen.
Yeah, I guess that's the kind of crucial thing is he has finally come out to his siblings about being a gay, and is feeling like
Being
a great
a
lift.
gay.
Wait, what?
It was just very funny the way you worded that.
Yeah, I did it deliberately to try and make it comedic, but it just.
I was expecting like another noun to follow. It was just very funny to me.
But yeah, that like they were cool with it, and that has made a lot of his anxiety go away. So he's just left with all the other anxieties.
There are plenty more.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Not to worry, Adam will never get boring.
I hope not.
So we have one last character, and that is directly over my head, is the Iron Throne. We'll see how many dice go a-tumbling this week, but if you want to help out your favorite character, be they PC or NPC, if you seize the Iron Throne through likes and bits and cheers and all that good stuff, you get to give a destiny point to the character of your choice. It can be one of the PCs that you just met, or it can be an NPC stomping around in the scene, skulking about, up to skullduggery or gallantry or whatever. So you can help steer the story. All kinds of fun stuff going on there for viewers. But let's just pick up the day after that revelry at the Green Tree. We're going to cut from the fading lantern light of everyone going to sleep to the midday sun. Because right there at high sun, roughly noon, is the championship. So everyone's had some time to get over hangovers, which is good because the light is bright and the royal heralds are trumpeting their trumpets because the championship bout is getting ready to begin. You guys basically have free reign of like all the NPCs that you've run into this week. You can be as close or as distant from the kind of royal dais as you would like. You don't see Orton Lugas anywhere, but jousting hasn't really been his thing. He might just be off reading a book. Nathan is certainly here, kind of groaning about a hangover and how he shouldn't have stayed up till the sunrise, etc., etc. You also don't see Marita Lugas, who's off grieving somewhere, because last session, of course, you guys got Langley Woods passed away after the melee.
Oops.
So Orton could be off with her. Orton could be off trying to arrange her next betrothal. Who knows? But just about all the other NPCs you guys have run into are here. So let's just go one at a time. Adam, who you hanging out with as they start getting ready for the joust?
Oh. Well, you've taken away two of the people I wanted to talk to. I don't know. I mean, Adam would be definitely keen to watch this final, because not least of all because he's got money riding on it. Not as much as the melee, but still a significant chunk. I mean, he'd probably be staying close to his siblings at the moment.
Okay, so nobody in particular. You're not gonna go shadow Myrcella and call her stupid all through the tourney or anything like that.
Adam would never do. He would never be mean to that sweet girl.
Myrcella is here, by the way, because it's the championship of her tourney. She missed some earlier rounds. Queen Cersei is still not present, and Joffrey is not here.
Yes.
But Myrcella is sitting on like triple pillows atop her mother's chair, basically. So she's kind of perched up top, and she's got like a little toy horse with like some real hair on it. So like she's combing the mane of Myrcella's little pony type of toy, basically. And her father is sitting there browbeating his squires into pouring him some wine and stuff.
I've changed my mind. I want to hang out with Myrcella.
You guys can be, like I said, fairly near the royal dais. You have caught the king's eye this week and his hammer. Well, he's tried to catch it. But yeah, so you guys can be fairly close, and
I'd like to,
Myrcella's, just hanging out.
yeah, I would just like the option to talk to different people, kind of as it goes on. I don't really want to nail myself down to one particular person.
Yeah, I mean, it is just the one joust, but yeah, so it's fine. Somewhere faintly near the royal box is a fine enough answer.
Yeah.
Let's do this. Is anybody planning to be somewhere besides that? Is anybody looking for any particular NPC to drag in and join the family next to the royal box?
I think at the moment I'll just be there hanging out, trying to get over the bright sun and the mysterious headache I have.
Okay, so no particular NPCs for Luke. What about Bela?
So I'm going to look for some of the other jousters that might have been in the tournament. So I don't know if the Blackfish is here, or
they're
Cousin
basically
Will, or
you can find either of them. The Blackfish is once again shadowing Maya Stone.
Yeah.
But he, if he catches your eye, he gives you lot a friendly nod. Your cousin Will is perpetually posing in the shadows somewhere. So like they've got this frilly like kind of fly up over the royal box to keep the sun out of King Robert's hangover eyes, right? And like cousin Will is like leaning against it, like arms crossed, ankles crossed, just always kind of posing a little. So like he's in like behind the royal box, just kind of chilling and looking cool. But you can wave either of them over or that sort of thing easily enough.
I'll leave Cousin Will to his sort of desire to be away and by himself, since he seems to be that way quite a bit. So instead, I'll wave over Blackfish and Maya. See if I can them over here.
And he will murmur to Maya and kind of gesture her with him. And as those two come over, so does the Lady Miranda Royce, a few steps behind them. And she gives Lucaris a teasing smile. It says, "Oh, there he is. I thought perhaps you left the city, good sir." And the other two seem content to just kind of bemusedly smile and let her tease him a bit. So they ignore their own greetings to let her kind of take point and give Luke a bit of a tongue lashing.
So Luke wants to verbally fight back, but he's so hungover and his eyes hurt. He's just, "Hello, Lady Royce."
"Oh, something of a headache. Good. The crone and the mother frown on those who deserve it. Perhaps you had trouble holding your drink last night. Perhaps your hand was busy holding something else, as I was not with you."
Oh, look, you got told.
And again, she's got this impish grin that's making it very like she doesn't clearly seem offended. She seems to enjoy the banter, but you did just kind of get what you wanted from her and then stop engaging in storyline quest with that NPC. So she's just giving you a bit of a hard time.
She wanted to, but I don't know how to call her out on that properly.
Well,
in public.
Yeah.
Public.
I think the key thing is to not do that in public.
Forgive any offense I've given you, my lady.
And then she
pointed seats here if you and your party would like to join us. Although the sun's pretty damn bright.
Well, I understand that there's something about this part of the day being called high sun. Good to know it's not merely a veil affectation. And she starts to fan herself politely, and you can see her hiding a grin behind it as she pointedly turns away from you to watch the gallantry of the joust preparations, yada, yada, yada.
They may call it high sun, but I guarantee you I didn't welcome the fucker here.
I'll
give her a grin, and I'll let her go continue to tease me or do what she wants.
Yeah, no, she is pointedly turning away from you to watch a gaggle of squires and stuff cleaning up the field and finishing all the preparations to get it all pretty. The railing that separates the jousters has been decorated one side, or like one half of it in House Tyrell colors, the other half painted up in House Royce. So they had a day to prepare as the champions were, after the champions were narrowed down. So now they've, it's all kind of prettified up. They cleaned up all the horse poop that accumulated over the week, yada, yada. It's still kind of a muddy mess. There's nothing much you can do about that. But they've got the jousting field, prettified, and there's extra banners and stuff hanging everywhere. So she is turned away from you dismissively and is making a big show of watching the other horses' asses instead of.
I do want to say at the moment, although this can happen whenever, I do want to try to get Raina's attention at some point. Preferably when things get busy and people are not paying as much attention.
Okay.
Well, Raina is up next to have dragged an NPC along if she wanted. Bela's seemed more interested in tormenting Luke than in being friendly to Bela, but I think Bela's normally pretty okay with that. So Raina, was there anybody that you were wanting to make a point of dragging along with your little crew?
There is, but I am blank on the name because.
Well, perhaps we can help.
Yes, it's our favorite northern lady,
Mary
Mormon.
Crane.
No, the northern
no,
one.
Alisane Mormon.
Alisane Mormon.
Alisane.
The young she-bear.
Alisane and her.
And Lil Robert Frey, the bestest Frey that ever did Frey.
He's the best Frey.
I mean, no, but one of the ones that's not a massive dick, at least.
I don't know that there's a better Frey than Lil Robert.
Well,
I'm not sure.
Not currently alive, anyway.
All right. So yeah, you're certainly able to find them. She's easy to spot because there's still kind of a perpetual arm's reach between her and everyone else nearby, especially now that she's kind of the only Northman in the tourney. So there's been a few mutters about bad luck, perhaps, but also she's just not dressed like everybody else. She's in her, kind of half-rusted ringmail with a bit of fur trim here and there, and brown and gray leathers, and that sort of thing, instead of all this southern courtly finery. So she's easy to spot. There's just kind of an open area around her that she has used to her advantage, and she and little Robert had spots right up against the railing. And little Robert's right up next to her. He's kind of half up on the railing. Little kids like prop themselves up with their arms, like they lock their elbows and like hold themselves up. He's done that on the railing, so he's like half up on the rail to make sure he can see. But yeah, they're easy enough to spot, and you can, gesture them over to your little gaggle well enough.
I will gesture her, and then I will point at any tray of like goodies that we happen to have on hand.
Looking for refreshments under the baleful gaze of the noonday sun, I see. Magistrate Illyrio Mopatis appears with a handful of servants that are bearing trays of chilled wine. You can still see the little, the condensation around the glass. It's been so freshly poured and cold. And then another one has some little fruit tarts on a tray. But the moment that you're like, oh yes, where's a thing? He, boom, appears in a cloud of genie smoke with a couple servants bearing trays. So everyone is free to grab a snack, and Illyrio Mopatis has invited himself to hang out with you. Robert, begrudgingly leaves his spot at the very, very front of the thing, and instead you hear a few half-heartedly indignant grunts from a visibly hungover Oris. He's got that pale Andal skin and his loose hair hanging low over. But you see Robert Frey just climbing up him and perching himself up on Oris's shoulders. And Oris is like, "Oi, what you did?" Fucking fine. And he just grumbles and looms there behind you. And little Robert is now up pretty high and humming contentedly.
Excellent. I like this little pod. Is there anyone else that you would like to invite? Anybody?
I think that's basically everyone.
I will be inviting this chilled wine into my stomach.
Yes.
So yeah, it's a pale white wine. It's very sweet and again super chill, quite tasty. And then there's little tarts of raspberry, strawberry, and pear mixed with various preserves, and just little fruit tart.
We're not
Crust.
in the feast yet. Please don't start this now.
No soggy bottoms on any of the little fruit tarts. They are all delicious.
No soggy bottoms.
And then the trumpets fanfare, and out prances, I say, the gallant Sir Garland Tyrell, atop a dashing white destrier that's high-stepping as he trots out, and it's got its head up, it's got its tail lifted. It is, it is doing that swift wind prance, and he comes high-stepping out. Trumpets blare, and royal heralds announce, Sir Garland Tyrell, Garland the Gallant, second-born son, and pride of Highgarden. And the small folk are roaring. You see across the way in the small folk side of things, Bessa of Flea Bottom is shimmying side by side in a very distracting wobble as she is shaking those money makers in the general direction of Sir Garland the Darlin. Small folk love House Tyrell. And you actually do see the Lady Olena seated up on the royal dais next to John Aaron. So the championship is enough to get her to come watch. So she's up there hanging out. Small folk going wild. Everybody's cheering.
Whoever is closest to me, I'm going to lean into them. I don't know which one of you want to be closest to me.
Me.
I'm going to say that adoration the small folk have, we have to win that.
Sure. They were cheering pretty well for me.
Also, stand a little bit more to the left. Okay, blocking the sun, perfect.
I love Bela's life advice is like, yeah, win more. Like that's.
Like I was doing fine. I don't know what was wrong with you.
Well, I don't mean like you fuck this up. You're doing the opposite. It's just like this is the goal. This is a house goal you should pursue.
And then the trumpets blare again, and a royal herald bellows, "The Lord of Runestone, Bronze Yarn Royce." And he does not come high step prancing out. He comes kind of plodding out on like a giant fucking draft horse looking monster. It's like half draft horse, half destrier. It is the color of stone or steel. It's this kind of mottled gray beast.
Okay. I'm going to say kind of loud, no fooling around for him. Those Royces get what they want.
You do
Very
not
serious.
You do not get a visible response from the Lady Miranda. Her back is still to. So the two of them are arrayed against each other, and the moment hangs until the small folk are done cheering. And it's, for all that they adore House Tyrell, the Royces are an honored and beloved house, with, almost an unbesmirched line of honor and duty and stalwart loyalty, etc., etc. There haven't been very many Royce bad eggs. Oris, and the story of his mother, perhaps disagrees with that reputation, but that what they did to Oris's mother is quite in keeping with Westerosi honor, so who knows. But yeah, the Royces are a well-loved family, and everyone's pretty happy to see them both here.
Bela, who do you think will take the win here?
It's tough. I don't know. I think smart money probably is on Royce if it goes along. He's got the extra power, I think, to wear down Sir Garland. But if it's over quicker, I think Sir Garland's got this.
I think he may be right. We'll see.
Illyria Mopatis, in that pregnant moment, as they're lining their horses up and getting just into position, leans towards kind of in his oiled, twinned blue beard just appears between Reyna and Adam, the heir and kind of the banker ish of the house. He goes, I don't remember if I mentioned this earlier in the week or not, but in the interest of making sure that you were all able to go home with some winnings, I'm afraid your father forbade me from allowing you to bet on this, the final joust, that you might keep the winnings you have earned thus far.
But I'm not even betting that much.
We're all in.
This is some bullshit.
I am very sorry, young Adam. Alas, I am a humble magistrate, far from home and in a distant land. I must bend to the whims of the highborn in this place.
Adam, if you really, really, really would like to place a bet, we have an ocean of noble folk who have plenty of coin. It need not be our friend's fault if you bet.
No, it's fine. It's fine. I'm not in a bad mood. Everything's fine.
You're not in a bad mood. Okay, that's very specific. I don't remember asking.
And before that line of discussion can be pursued, the trumpets blare again, and the war horses charge. Now, for clarity's sake, chat, I rolled this earlier in the week because I had 2 weeks to kill from session to session. And whatever, you're an addict. I'm not an addict. Everything's fine. This way you guys don't have to watch me roll the dice and figure it out real time because I'm like, we're already done. It's NPC on NPC. No player characters are bolstering things either way. So instead, we're going to cut to just a dramatic showing of the joust. The first pass makes it abundantly clear to all present why these two are fighting in the championship. Flawless stances, flawless seated in the saddle. Lances are straight and level, dead on at each other. Perfect dead center hits on shield to shield. Lances shatter, splinters fly everywhere. The crowd cheers. Neither guy even really rocks in the saddle that much from it. It was just this like flawless first pass. They go past each other. Lances are broken. They barely break their stride. And then they're both going to kind of sidestep and prance back to their starting positions. Instead of swapping squires, they both make a point of returning to the end of the field that is decorated for them, which gives the small folk a chance to roar and cheer and continue bellowing and all that good stuff. And yeah, the other knights nearby, much like you lot, they know what they're seeing. They're like, yeah, no, that guy was really good. Solid hits, good rolls. Everybody stayed in the saddle just fine. The second pass is just about the exact same thing. Sir Garland is perhaps a hair crisper in lowering his lance and getting it on target. But again, neither one really reels much. Of the two, Bronze Yawn perhaps stays a little bit lower in the saddle, and Garland's shoulder is rocked back a bit more. So Garland's looking a little bit stronger on the attack. Bronze Yawn a little bit stronger on the defense. It's kind of a, unstoppable force, immovable object type of thing. Roaring crowd, flawless second pass. Everything's great.
Bela, notice he's trying to end it quickly. I think you may have been right.
Yeah.
On the third pass, we had a very interesting die roll. On the third pass, Sir Garland Tyrell hits higher than normal. It's a very steady lance, and it just flicks up just a bit. Still a solid shot on the shield, technically a bullseye, but just a different angle for Bronze Yawn to contest with. And Bronze Yawn Royce is knocked from the saddle. Hard.
Yeah.
However, as Bronze Yawn is falling, his lance taps Sir Garland Tyrell, and then as he is flying from the saddle, the broken kind of close half of Bronze Yawn's lance stabs right into the face of Garland Tyrell's horse. So Bronze Yawn is knocked from the saddle, but Sir Garland Tyrell's horse catches a faceful of shattered lance. Bronze Yawn just shat the bed in those die rolls. It was a very unlucky roll to get knocked out of the saddle, and then it was a very poor roll, a fumble straight up. So, in a flurry of gravity and brutality, Bronze Yawn is thrown from the saddle and into the mud. And you can see him immediately clambering to his feet. It looks like he hurt himself landing on his spear because he was so worried about not hurting Sir Garland as he fell. So like one of his legs stays in the stirrup. He's not even really clear of his horse. His horse falls on him. He's hurt in the leg, but his horse gets up and trots away. Sir Garland's horse does not. Sir Garland's horse is down and like thrashing and kicking. Sir Garland is clear of the saddle, but fell very awkwardly forward because his horse kind of went down. Sir Garland got, kicked himself clear of the saddle, but then lands very awkwardly. They're both to their feet. Barristan Selmy closes the gap in an instant and is offering his sword to Sir Garland Tyrell to use this heavy Kingsguard greatsword. And Sir Garland has his sword arm kind of tucked in close to his chest, and he waves Sir Barristan off. With a single masterful stroke, Sir Barristan Selmy ends the suffering of Sir Garland's dashing white steed.
Oh.
And you are left with two champions, Bronze Jan Royce visibly limping, leaning heavily on the railing as he hurries towards Sir Garland, helmet torn off and apologizing, that stoic face, craggy with shame and grief in equal measure, and Sir Garland, who fumbles with his helmet with his offhand and pulls his masterfully ornate great helm off. He's got his sword arm kind of awkwardly tucked in close. Looks like he landed on that shoulder as he landed. So the both of them are looking pretty beat up, and Sir Garland is kind of affably waving Bronze Jan off as Bronze Jan is apologizing and stuff. The small folk, you guys could hear a pin drop. Like everybody went, ah! And then there's a few murmurs as the horse is put down, a relieved sigh as everybody stands up, right? Like everybody's back on their feet. But now everyone is like dead silent and tense because like, depending on the two knights involved, it's not impossible for either one of them to like, for someone in Sir Garland's position to go for a sword right now, right? Like it's, so everybody's tense and they're like, is this gonna like start a fucking war between the Royces and the Tyrells? Like there's been feuds for less in the past, and instead what happens is Bronze Jan Royce reaches out with one huge gauntleted hand and grabs Sir Garland by the wrist and raises his arm to declare Sir Garland the victor.
Aww.
Did have the cleaner, strike by far. And
I
then
would have won 100 fucking dragons on that.
the small folk are roaring again. So yeah,
Shit.
I had two passes full of 5s and 6s, like these dice like to do sometimes. And then in the third one, it was like roll 12, keep 5, and he got like an 8. Like it was just this like absolutely absurd roll.
Garbage.
Yeah. So I felt like that was a pretty cool way to show it. So they both got pretty beat up from that series of kind of critical fumbles.
But it showed their character, how they handled it.
And Sir Garland is the clear winner in part because he had a fate point lying around from an earlier Iron Throne victory. So it was like, we're just not even going to go to the judges. We're going to leave it to King Robert. Nobody has to remember that he neatly unhorsed his opponent. Bronze Jan Royce just does the honorable thing and declares it. So the tourney has a champion. Princess Myrcella has dropped her little horsey and is just sitting.
Poor Myrcella.
Please, can I...
This was one of the first tourney passes that she actually watched, and the shining knight with the pretty white horsey. Yeah, so
Please, may I roll to comfort her?
You don't even need to roll. You can, because it's Adam and he's not going to be worried about Grace. I figure you're kind of gracelessly clambering up there to hurry. Gonna give her back her
Yeah,
horsey, tell
yeah,
her something sweet. What do we got? We're not gonna make you roll for it.
yeah, and I guess certainly like trying to get her to look away from the dead horse as well, because yeah. Oh fucking hell!
King
I'm
Robert.
actually in shock that oh man, that was
King Robert has lurched to his feet. He's like, "Oh, seven hells! 'Twas a fine beast, Garland. Oh, it's a shame, a shame." He appreciates good horse flesh when he sees it. Um, the good news is Joffrey's not here, so nobody has to just watch him fucking masturbate or whatever. Like he's far away. He's not ruining your fun with that mental image. Good thing.
Thanks.
Super.
So yeah, Myrcella's looking pretty upset, but she does remember you from the other day, so she's wide-eyed, those crystal blue eyes, whites showing all around him as she kind of stares at Adam. She's like, "The horsey."
yeah. It was an accident, Princess. Don't worry. The horse didn't suffer. Sir Barristan took care of it. It's all right. Are you all right?
Oh.
Is everyone okay?
Everyone's all right. So Garland's hurt his arm a bit, but he's going to be all right.
I don't think that Bronze Jan would do that on purpose. Father always says the races of Runestone are honorable.
Yes, so Lord Royce would absolutely not do that. It was an accident. It sometimes happens, and it's very sad. But that was definitely just an unfortunate accident, and I'm sure he feels terrible about it happening.
Myrcella clambers to her feet on the chair and kind of reaches across towards her father and plucks at his sleeve. "Father, it's my tourney. You mustn't punish him for this."
See, this is why I love her. Adam will like pick up her horse that she dropped and see that she gets it back.
King Robert scoops up his daughter in both ways. "Oh, no, sweetling. Yon suffered enough for it, I'm sure. Not to worry, my dear." And she waves to the small folk, and they're yelling for her. And King Robert gives them a wave with one giant bear paw. And, everybody seems to be, like, pretty okay-ish. A couple of squires have run out with, like, a tarp. And they're covering up the horse. Both of the knights are still on the field, kind of talking to each other across the barrier, and gesturing and looks like they're fine. The tension is bled away from them. It's honestly like it's a trio of pretty high level, intimidating dudes standing there with Garland Tyrell, Barristan Selmy, and Bronze Jan Royce. Like nobody's mugging anyone nearby right now with the three of them standing there, So those three look fine and they're kind of affably chatting, about, oh, these things happen. You could kind of tell. And Barristan might be telling them a story about one of these 30 years ago when somebody lost a good horse, So they look okay. They're still standing kind of awkwardly. Bronze Jan, you guys notice, is still leaning on that railing. Sir Garland only waves to the crowd with his off arm as the heralds announce him as the victor. It's a little bit of an anticlimax. The heralds officially saying stuff after everybody's yelled and stuff like that. But there we go.
This whole week, I swear. Sometimes I think the gods have a foul sense of humor.
They mock us for their sports. Oh, that poor horse.
I'm going to ignore this blasphemy.
What?
Luke sits up. He's obviously taking things seriously now that there was the accident, and it's ended very honorably. He'll kind of nod, solemnly, but he'll nod and kind of whisper or say under his breath, "Lesson in chivalry." That's what this was.
Miranda Royce, for her part, like a great many of the noble ladies, very dramatically spun away at the first spray of blood and like the scream of the horse as it fell, type of thing. So she's got her back to the field and her fan up, kind of hiding her features. Maya isn't. It looks like Maya was starting to go over the railing, and the blackfish like stopped her because her whole life is helping injured horses and stuff.
Okay.
But so it looks like she was going towards it, and the blackfish was like, "Oh no, they've got it." But she's standing there, fists clenched.
I will.
Looking tense.
I will step towards Miranda and give her a little comforting pat on the shoulder and light hug.
She keeps her face kind of hidden, but leans against you. She doesn't like hug you openly in public type of stuff, but it's not impolite to weep into a gentleman's shoulder type of, so she'll,
This
lean
is
in a
my
little.
nightly duty.
So you look very gallant. She looks very ladylike. She's not the only highborn lady doing that sort of thing. You see Mary is gasping dramatically, and she's wiping at her face. Off a few people away. She's wiping at her face with a hanky in her, holding her brother's hand with white knuckles. With her free hand. So lots of the highborn ladies don't see this sort of thing super often, and when they do, they're kind of expected to gasp and look dainty and maybe faint. They're not all strong Dornish women.
There's a little bit of theater going on,
Yeah.
A little, but it is also really fucking unpleasant. So maybe they're like, hey, I can actually grieve something for once. So yeah, that's how the championship goes. Both of the knights are led off to the maester's tent. Sir Garland gallantly offers to help Bronze Yawn Royce. So Bronze Yawn has one arm slung over Sir Garland's shoulder to help him as he limps towards there. And once again, the crowd is eating it up. The two champions helping one another off the field. They're both so gallant, yada, yada, yada. So yeah, they are both kind of doing exactly what you would expect them to both do when dealing with this sort of issue.
Well, that could have gone much differently had it been two different nights.
Yeah.
Like somebody chopped Lynn Corbray's horse out from under him, he'd come up with Lady Forlorn in his hand and, be vaulting that rail. So like it's and it's not necessarily unknightly to do that because the knightly code has a bunch of different virtues. Some of them are being chivalrous, some of them are being, brutal and valiant. So the chivalric code can kind of be whatever you want. But
also, like, attacking someone's horse is a big no-no.
But in this case, with it being Bronze Yawn, there's no question that it was an accident. But, like, you could still totally knife a dude for it. And it would be kind of understandable. So Westeros is a violent place.
You think?
People die in tourneys. Horses die in tourneys. Bad stuff happens at tourneys.
People die in melees and duels.
Right?
But the good news is that good stuff happens at tourneys also. And unless we have any pressing, burning business, we are probably going to jump cut right to the feast that evening. So what special prep have we got going on in the afternoon or early evening?
To rein in before we do that, but I'm going to step away for just a second and be right back.
So we got that going on. Any other pressing stuff people are wanting to do this afternoon besides maybe napping away the hangovers, checking on their fancy feast clothes, etc., etc.? What else we got going on? Erica, any plans for bed?
Uh, no major ones. I think she's gonna like go to our little campsite or the tent that we're going along.
Yep.
I'm just gonna like make sure things are kind of in order there because we're gonna be leaving in like a day or so, and just making sure I didn't leave anything there by accident. Just gathering stuff up in preparation, those kinds of things.
Sure. Oris will go with you there. He will mutter kind of sheepishly that he never made it back to the tourney grounds last night. He went straight from the brothel to the tourney grounds this morning. He had a purse full of King Robert's coin to burn off, and apparently he did so for about 12 fucking hours,
Dang.
literally. So, but he will take the opportunity to go with Bela and away from Adam to resume his post at the pavilion grounds. So you guys are traveling 2 by 2 the way Reyna insists. So he'll go with you there.
Okay.
What about Adam? Any particular pressing afternoon plans?
Well, I had a bunch of. Well, I say a bunch, a handful of people that I did want to talk to, but I don't know if they're.
I know.
Like on the agenda, I did write to you about it,
Right.
but didn't get told a yes or no in either direction. I mean, order of the day number 1: be a total acid queen to Oris the whole time.
Which you'll notice he avoided you at his earliest convenience.
Yeah, I had wanted to talk to Orton, Marita, the Master of Horse, a Maester of some description, I didn't mind which ones, and Lynn.
Right.
So whichever of those are allowed, I'll
From your laundry list, Orton Lugas is still incognito somewhere. He may be consoling his sister. She is also incognito somewhere. She is asked not to be disturbed in her chambers. Orton, even Lyle Brewer is like, I've seen him about somewhere, but I'm not sure where. He hasn't seen him. He's not in his room. So Orton's kind of MIA. His sister is asked to be left alone. He could just be with her. Nathan Lugas is napping away the afternoon. If you were looking for Nathan, I don't think you were, but just to complete the set, he's just napping away the afternoon to try to get over his hangover.
I wasn't specifically looking for Nathan. I guess because Adam would probably not consider him to have anything worth like talking about. He doesn't know how to relate to him. Really.
Like I said, I was just completing the set.
Sorry.
Marita has asked to be left alone to grieve her betrothed. Orton is nowhere to be found. He's probably busy with his sister.
Mm-hmm.
Lynn Corbray, you don't know what he was up to with his own celebrating post-melee. There was a kerfluffle in the Vale camp. You have not been able to find him. He's not at his pavilion. He may be in some brothel somewhere. He may be visiting with John Aaron to try and smooth over any brewing feud between him and House Royce. Who knows? You have not had much luck just finding Lynn Corbray in a casual sort of afternoon search. Maesters, you've got some options. Do you want a particular maester?
Yeah, I think, ideally whoever saw to Langley Woods. But yeah, I also had an interest in talking to, is it Alan Ambrose that was the Master of Horse?
The Master of the Lists.
Master of the List, sorry, yeah.
It was no. One of the
Starts with a P.
they're from the Reach, but they are
They
married.
have large ears.
Is it? Oh, is it Emery
It's,
Florence?
yeah, Florence.
Florence.
I'm trying to remember which one.
It was the ears.
It's
Emery
a,
Florence, one who doesn't like us.
Aaron Florent.
Aaron Florence.
Emery Florent, he also kind of doesn't like you, but Aaron Florent, Erren, is the master of the lists. They are the brothers of Celise Baratheon, the wife of Lord Stannis. But yes, Aaron Florent is the master of lists. You can find him because his duties are kind of winding down. He's like, well, that's done, so you can get a hold of him, or you can get a hold of a maester. You're not likely to find any of the maesters that specifically saw to Langley Woods, because the maesters and the maesters' apprentices just kind of rotate through the maesters' tent, and the maesters' apprentice that you're on the best footing with wasn't sure who it was. He was attending to other people from the melee, so he was like, he knew that it was not him. That was Aurelius, excuse me. He knew that it wasn't him that saw to Langley, but he's not sure who it was that saw to Langley. So Alaras is kind of your best in the maesters, and he just wasn't sure because there's 49 motherfuckers beating one another, and the maester's tent is a mess in that. So he's just like, I'm not even sure who it was.
That's fine, but like, there are likely to be, there's at least likely to be a record of Langley being seen and what was determined, so this may be more following a paper trail than needing a specific person.
There is, but you are not a maester, and your house's maester is not with you, so you can file a formal request through Grand Maester Pycelle type of thing, but who knows how long that'll take. It took a few days for the honor duel outcome to get to Reyna, and she was directly involved in the honor duel. So yeah, at this point it would kind of be a, you gotta go through channels.
So is that you saying talking to maesters is out?
Well, you can put in a request for that information, but you don't know how long it'll take for Grand Maester Pycelle to get back to you, because for that one it's like an official thing.
Okay, and I take it I'm too low status to just go and talk to him.
You can talk to him, but it's going to be talking to him to put in the formal request.
Okay, I think I'll focus on Aaron Florent then.
Okay, and you can put in the formal request. It's going to be a frustrating conversation with Grand Maester Pycelle. But you can say, I had a frustrating conversation with Grand Maester Pycelle, and put in the request. Would you like to say?
I guess, because I was not really thinking of going through the proper channels. I was thinking of more asking Alaris to do something sneaky for us. But better to beg forgiveness than ask permission.
I don't know. Implying Alaris is sneaky. That's a little bit,
Well, it's not like a thing that Adam knows, but it's a thing that Adam might have a wild hope about, and would at least feel like Alaris would not get into a huge amount of trouble just for asking.
Right.
You can have a conversation with Alaris instead. You're still going to get the answer at speed of plot, but you won't have to roleplay a scene with Grand Maester Pycelle.
Okay, that one fine. Yeah. Okay.
All right.
Answer to your query is complex. That's how I imagine it going.
So it's one of those things where even as a contact, Alaras is limited in how quickly he can do that sort of thing. So you will get it quicker than going through official channels with Grandmaster Pycelle,
Okay.
and you will bypass having to talk with Grandmaster Pycelle. So it's a win-win.
Yeah, I like Adam is prepared to bribe people about this if needed.
And that leaves Aaron Florent. He is still definitely putting on airs because he has the additional title of Master of Lists right now until the closing feast is, he's still, I'm in charge of things, but he's completely theoretically in charge of things. So he's just kind of making sure people can see him being important while he does nothing because the actual tourney is largely over. So, he is very puffed up and easy to spot. He will be just kind of holding court there at the tables that they set up for the lists. He's just kind of hanging around, congratulating himself. And actually, his brother, Sir Imry, is there with him. And they're just both standing there, demanding squires bring them wine and kind of looking pleased with themselves. Nobody is talking to them about anything because they don't actually have a job to do anymore. So it's just kind of the two middle managers hanging out in the break room type of thing is what you're walking in on.
Right? Are either of them knights or lords?
They are both sirs, yes.
Both sirs. Okay, just so I know how to address them properly. Sir Aaron.
Oh, yes. If you need something from one of the other squires, talk to one of the other squires, boy.
I actually require a word with you, sir.
Oh, what did your knight send you for?
I'm not a squire.
He just looks confused.
Perhaps if you would walk with me a minute, I will make it clear to you what I'm here about.
Sir Imry leans in and snickers and half whispers to him, "Don't walk too quickly, brother. You'll lose him." And then Sir Errant kind of gives him a little sneer of, bullies enjoying bullying. And then he very graciously assents to your request. He goes, "Well enough. Lead the way, young,
Adam, Nymaryen.
Oh, yes, the archer boy. Quite right. I saw your name in my lists."
Yes, the one who won the archery contest.
Yes, quite right, the Dornish boy. The king will give you your prizes this evening at the feast, if that's what this is about.
It is not. I actually wanted to, right. I actually wanted to talk to you about what happened to Sir Langley.
Oh, yes, the Northman. He died.
I'm quite aware of that, but I wanted to discuss the finer points of the circumstances. I was watching the melee quite closely, and he did not take any blows that would be considered severe enough to kill him.
These things happen, boy. Organs may rupture from a blow that doesn't break the skin, or a bad fall could do things. Arteries open in the strangest places. It's nothing to trouble yourself over, I'm sure. I don't think melees would be a great concern of yours growing up.
A little presumptuous, but okay.
Adam, who did you bring with you on this? Because I want to stab this guy. I don't think I'm there, though. I want to stab this guy.
Well, nobody came with me. You can be with me if you like.
No, that'd be inappropriate at this point, I think.
Okay. Yeah, I think I might
Stab
have
him for me.
I might have broken the rule by traveling alone. That may be so, but do you not think the circumstances are strange that he becomes betrothed to Marita Lucas and then suffers a terrible accident?
Young man, I'm not sure what this line of questioning has to do with my lists. He was in the lists. He was in the melee. He died in the melee. Perhaps we should count ourselves lucky it was only one. Again, just these things happen. The vagaries of Northman betrothals are not my concern. And Lugus, you said, just some Stormland rabble.
Right? Can I like roll some empathy to like smell bullshit?
You don't need to. He just honestly does not know or care.
Oh, okay.
They're not Knights of the Reach. They're not strongly affiliated with the Lord that he's trying to curry favor from, Stannis Baratheon. He's just like, the fuck, like he legitimately, like, an empathy roll would do nothing but show you his lack of empathy. Like, he's just legitimately like, what the fuck? Somebody died in a melee. What do I care? You know, he's like, they were in the lists. I crossed them out of the lists. My job here is done. By the way, master of lists. Like, that seems to be his level of care.
How embarrassing. I mistook you for someone with useful information. I will bother you no further.
See that you don't. And he gestures you away.
God, like he doesn't even notice when he's having shade thrown on him.
For the record, in my giant, sprawling 4,000 word and growing only notes for the tourney, not individual feasts or jousts or melee, just the one document of tourney notes, there used to be 2 minus signs next to Sir Aaron Florent. Now there are 4 minus signs next to Sir Aaron Florent, where I'm keeping track of the vagaries of how people like you guys. So,
well, shit.
Your growing disdain is returned. But yeah, like, they used to not like you guys for other reasons. Now they don't like you guys for specific reasons. But yeah, that's fine because he doesn't like anybody, so whatever.
That was a massive waste of time. Right. Well, I'll have to go somewhere else for that then. The people that I really need to talk to about this aren't here. Damn it.
I think the real struggle is getting anyone else to give a fuck.
Yeah, I mean, the prevailing attitude among just kind of everyone except Marita and Orton and those personally affected is just, it's a melee, people die in a melee. He seemed like an okay kid, I guess. I met him this week because like nobody else here even knew him beforehand. So they're like, yeah, that's a shame, but like these things happen. It was 49 dudes with swords and axes hitting each other. So like, yeah, like, and it's not necessarily in a callous way like it was with Sir Aaron Florent, who's just a dick. But with most people, they're just like legitimately like, yeah, it's too bad, but
did Langley have a squad?
He did not.
No.
Damn it.
Okay.
How am I supposed to CAD file it up when there's no one to question?
That is a problem.
Damn it.
So we will go from your disappointing Florentine conversation to Luke and Reyna, who had something planned before the feast.
Did we?
Oh, well,
Luke did.
To ask you. Yeah, I'll grab Reyna's attention at some point as everybody's scurrying about.
So where are you two?
I guess we. Oh, go ahead.
Well, probably at the Green Tree, unless I was drawn elsewhere.
Nah, that's fine.
Okay.
The mood is kind of somber and quiet. Mid-afternoon isn't exactly their bustling time. And with all 3 Lugai AFK, you guys kind of have the common room to yourself.
Oh, quiet. That's good.
It's being weird about being in a quiet establishment like this.
It is a little odd.
I heard you had a few words with that young maester's apprentice that was out last night. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes.
I was wondering, and do you think you could contact him? I'd like to get a certain word out about our Dean. I'd like it to be known that he has a certain pox and should be unwelcome in any of the establishments around town.
Nice.
And if you've befriended a maester, I think word coming from a maester or leaking from a maester might have a certain reality to it that would help sell this.
Leaking is a good choice of words. Sorry, I'm not here.
And I don't know much of this maester. If you think most honorable men don't approve of men who go around beating women, but
I think that he would find it most amusing.
Good.
And might actually really go for that.
The problem is, if you're mean to the girls, it doesn't really matter to the people who own the brothels. But if you can make them sick and they can't work anymore, then they care. And then they don't let you into their brothel.
I see what you're doing.
And I'd like him to have a less pleasant time in town, in general.
I love this. I love every bit of this. It's awesome.
I approve.
And worst case scenario, Ward gets back and he challenges me to a duel, I'll kill him.
Doesn't always okay.
I said worst case.
I absolutely will.
Best case, he just spends the rest of his life fucking miserable and doesn't lay a goddamn hand on any of the girls here again.
Sad thing is, true. Yes, I will speak to. I can't remember how to pronounce the name.
Alaras?
Alaras.
Okay, thank you. I'd also like to maybe work it from a few other angles as well. But yeah, please bring Alaras into this if possible.
Absolutely. Rusty, I don't remember. Was I allowed to share with my siblings?
I don't remember either.
Me neither.
It's probably an in the family type of secret at most. So it's who do you want to share with? But yeah. So Alaras, you can send a letter to Alaras easily enough. It's not terribly uncommon, especially with both of you being Dornish. And perhaps people might make some flirtatious assumptions if anyone in town happened to notice the two of you going to the Jade Spring together. But you can get word to Alaras easily enough to start and spread word throughout King's Landing about Alardim's unfortunate affliction.
And yeah, Rusty, my goal is to, going forward, wherever I can manipulate this situation to make him unwelcome in town, I want to. So if there's a NPC happens to wander by that you think that might be good for that, I would like, or I would know in character, I would like to attempt that.
No problem.
Action of Scorn.
Exacerbated.
Nobody fucking holds my family up for coin.
That is no problem to get spread about that, and his reputation over time will surely grow even worse. But it's not going to matter much before the closing feast.
Correct.
Yes, fair.
So,
I didn't like, shaming him tonight.
heralds at every corner yelling it.
Heary!
You don't want to pay some bards to sing a song?
I was going for more subtle than that.
Okay.
Although Alardim and his thing, I guess if you pronounce it right, could rhyme.
Alardim is not a good un. Has some spotted dick for pudding.
No.
Don't eat the sausage that it seems. Stay away from tainted Alardim.
And regretting not hiring a bard.
All right.
All right then. Anything else before the feast? Everyone's free to get dressed, all fancified, pertified. Make sure you're ready with that. But that is generally assumed to take some time to prep. The feast generally starts at about sundown, is when people are supposed to be arriving, and the first of the 7 courses will be served.
I can see how King Robert got fat.
Well, if you're not at war and you're not fighting all the time, everything kind of piles on.
And when you have a massive drinking problem.
And remember,
to be king, there's worse things you could do.
he's literally had a kingly feast every night this week. You could argue that he has a kingly feast every time he has dinner, technically. But those feasts that you guys got invited to the other night, he's been doing that every night with a different batch of highborn being invited to socialize, because Robert is, generally regarded as a fairly charismatic king that tries to maintain close ties with the nobility. So that feast that you guys went to, he's been doing that every single night, and probably more than a few fancy lunches as well, for other nobles that couldn't make it to various feasts or whatever. So he's been eating like 21 courses a day, plus the steady stream of wine. So yeah, the Baratheon diet is not recommended.
All I can think was that poor kitchen staff. Oh my gosh.
All right.
They earn their keep. They are paid handsomely, and they earn it.
The Robert
right.
Baratheon diet literally turns you into an actual beefcake.
It's a total unit, absolute unit diet, which is different than the Master of Whispers diet, which is the absolute eunuch diet. Whole different thing. Very different foods.
Unsubscribe.
Felicia lives with this. She gets this all the time. She is so.
Speaking of the Master of Whispers, have we actually seen a glimpse of him at any point?
He was standing around in the background at the opening feast. That's been about it. He's just been busy all week. He's got a lot on his hands.
True.
So, shall we away to the closing feast then? Everybody got their fancy clothes ready to describe?
Yeah.
I have a picture.
Oh, what was that little eye roll, Ash? Got your fancy clothes and you were like...
Right, well, Rusty, you assume that I don't have a word file full of clothing descriptions.
No. I don't assume that at all, my friend. All right, let's go with someone else first. Let's go Bela first, because we keep starting at the top and the bottom instead. Let's go Bela. So Bela, what you wearing?
So I kind of had planned to have an outfit that was sort of like a mirror of Rhaena's. So kind of like to play up the twins, but like the younger twin. So if her dress was like red with like silver accents, mine would be silver with red. Maybe a little bit too like on the nose for twins, but like definitely like formal and sort of showing the twins thing.
Okay, then we will not start with Bela. We will start with Rhaena, and everyone pretend that Erica is talking at the same time and describing like a flip-flopped outfit. So we will go to Felicia and start with Rhaena. How is Rhaena, and by extension Bela, Bizarro Rhaena, dressed for the feast tonight?
For this feast, I am going red with the silver trim, and but the red is almost like ochre in that it fades towards the bottom of the skirts. It is a long dress. It is ostensibly it without a belt or any kind of ornamentation. It would be a very plain and just kind of flow from her shoulders, but she has a wide, intricate belt of silver and in wyverns, with the middle part being like the wyverns around a uh, red stone. And uh, there's a necklace that matches it that actually falls down across her bodice and actually connects to the top of the belt. And then her hair has that same sort of ornamentation going on where it kind of goes down into a point here. And then her hair is piled up. Uh, but it's not like neat braids. It's waves and flowy. Uh,
All right. Do you have that picture to share also?
yeah, I thought I did, but I can't find it, so just keep going.
Okay then. I mean, it was a cool description. I thought that you said promised a picture, but that's fine. I guess all the fans just have to learn to deal with the disappointment of broken promises from my wife. Cool, cool.
Yeah, maybe learn how to live your life for you.
So, Bela is wearing, still just going kind of flip-flopped color version of
Yeah,
that.
probably also a little bit simpler than that as well, so that it's clear that Reyna is heir and head of the house, well, the representatives here, at least, and so a little bit less fancy of the jewelry that comes together. My hair's not done quite up, but it's more like just back and in the braid that she's worn all week.
Alrighty. How about Luke? What's he wearing?
Luke's actually dressed pretty plainly. He has his normal silken shirts on underneath, but he's basically wearing his Gammonson armor, basically padded armor reinforced with leather. It has the house sigil basically embroidered into it in a few places, but it's relatively formal and plain.
You're not the only knight wearing that sort of gambeson as a coat look, and it's also a tourney, which is an innately martial affair. So it excuses, that sort of thing, and
He's
a nice
that up, very like the fun's over. We're all back to work, being nice.
Back to our super badass uniforms, right? Yeah. All right then, what do we got? Young Adam Nymaryen, clothes horse of the family. Lay it on us. Open mic night. Let's do this.
No pressure.
Right, yeah. Well, I did say, I think maybe a week ago, that Adam was going to purposefully dress as fabulous and ostentatious as possible, basically to show Oris what a terrible mistake he's made, even though Oris is not going to notice. But Adam doesn't think like that. Adam thinks, well, of course people care about fancy clothes, so if I look really fancy, that's going to really show him.
It's got juicy written across his butt.
You're terrible.
But like high Valyrian, not...
Bastard slut on the front of the crop top, the front of the crop top t-shirt.
Just, you're right.
All right, just keep going.
All right, lay it on us. What do we got?
Yeah, so he has modelled his outfit on Aegon the Conqueror. Going big. But he's using like the sort of colour scheme associated with, and some of the pieces associated with him, but using a Dornish style cut of clothes. So he's gone for the black a black linen tunic with red trim, with red and gold interlocking dragon embroidery down the sleeves, like big, like quite wide sleeves, and kind of it sort of wraps shut and is sort of closed shut with a cloth of gold sash with little tiny bits of ruby sewn into it. So it's got quite a kind of low cut effect, so it like shows a bit of his open chest, so that he's not like a total weed or anything. Like he was a squire for a few years, so he does actually have some muscle there. So it's just, sort of subtly sexy. And he's like normally goes with like kind of loose breeches that lace up to kind of help him like with his leg, but he's gone for like actually tight breeches this time. And high shiny black boots with dragons embossed on the outer leg. So like quite severe and very Targaryen looking, and even has picked a little hematite circlet with small rubies set into it, so it's like a thin miniature version of Aegon's crown. Because fuck you, Oris. Yes.
Literally.
Alrighty.
You turned down a dragon.
And now you've got to watch him sassy walk away from you, complete with his crown. So yeah, that's. I told everybody to be ready for fancy clothes this week. So I hope the fans enjoyed that. I think what we're actually gonna do next is cut to our break a little bit early. As that group of you plus Oris is in his fancy clothes that Oris bought him that Adam bought him for the last feast. He has made sure that they're clean and ready to go, and is just wearing them again, because that's what he's got. He's not going to throw away perfectly good, expensive clothes just because Adam got weird, but he's just going to wear those. So it's a fairly, it's nothing razzle dazzle new. But in my head, I'm picturing the four of you like walking in slow motion, like Mean Girls going down the hallway, type of thing into the Red Keep, and Oris kind of looming behind you. He's the one like looking off camera and stuff, like as you do the slow motion
I just
walk.
want to state for the record that's how I always know the Red Keep.
Oh yeah, I just assume that's how most of y'all walk, just kind of everywhere. Honestly, like it's that Targaryen swagger. So I think what we're gonna do is take our little break about a half hour early, instead of like starting on the first couple courses of the feast and breaking weirdly in the middle. So we're gonna do the slow-mo power walk down the hallways of the Red Keep as you guys arrive at the feast. To just about every NPC you met this week, all dressed up to razzle dazzle, and we're gonna cut there for our commercial break. So we will see everybody back here in about 10 minutes, and we will pick up with the first of 7 courses of this feast. So we'll see you in 10 minutes, everybody. Welcome back, everybody. Our halftime non-show is over, and our actual show commences. Starting right now. We are kicking off the feast, the closing feast of the Princess Myrcella's name day tourney, and the coming out celebrations of House Nymaryen. Because when prize time comes, you may notice that several of them are going to be going to people right stinking here. So, a quick glance as you enter the ballroom once again. You don't see Marita or Orton Lugas. Looks like her grieving is making her at least fashionably late, and Orton is probably just being a good brother looking after her. Nathan Lugas is here in his kind of uncomfortable looking finery. He is in the house colors of their house. Remember, it's black, silver, and some emeralds. It's a chalice, their sigil. He is playing up the green of the emeralds and the gray of the silver. So he's looking kind of classy and refined, as much as he does with his multiple broken nose, his lantern jaw, his perpetual stubble, and all that. But he's, he looks classy and grown up. He's talking with Red Ronnet Connington and Sir Balin Swan. We're hanging out with you guys at the Green Tree. It's a little bit jarring seeing them here instead of there. They're all dressed up in the crisp finery of their house. The red and white griffins for Connington, the black and white swans on Sir Balin, crisp, stark, clean colors. Several other knights are walking around in the kind of gambeson as coat look, which is remember what Jaime Lannister on the show does, for instance. That kind of leather coat that he's wearing is actually the gambeson. So lots of them are in that, but gussied up, made out of non-martial fabrics, for instance, but that kind of gambeson cut and look. The ladies, of course, are showstoppers. Lady Olenna Tyrell is over there. Sir Garland at her elbow. He's got his right arm in a sling that is itself green and gold silk. Like they brought their own castle-forged courtier's garb slings and bandages, just in case. So, like, he's looking dapper even in that. Bronze Jan Royce has a cane. It's not really a crutch, but he's like leaning on it. You're pretty sure it's like a sparring mace that he's just like holding on and leaning on. Like that's just what the Royces had handy that was appropriate strength and length. And he's just like leaning on that a bit. But his sons are there, all dressed up and dapper in the Royce colors, including, of course, Sir Robar, who also has an arm in a sling. The bandages are looking pretty clean, though. He's had most of the week to heal up from the morning star of Sir Balin Swan. But he's, looking a little animated in the conversation. His arm looks to be doing better. The youngest of Bronze Jan Royce's sons is dressed all in black in preparation for his trip to the wall. This is, remember, kind of his farewell tourney. He's heading north and honoring the vows of the realm shortly. So he's very dapper in all black finery. And he's newly knighted. So his brothers are probably kind of teasing him as you glance over there. Some good-natured ribbing and that sort of thing. He's just honoring the vows of the first men. And as the youngest son, he's decided that's his best way to serve the family is to, protect the realm. So he didn't do anything wrong. He's just going north. And this is kind of his farewell tour. So they're all there. Miranda Royce is all dressed up, looking fancy, looking fine. Got a polite little fan out again. The Blackfish is there, all dressed up with alternating eagles or falcons of House Aaron and the fishes of House Tully on his stuff. Just everybody you've basically seen all stinking week is here and is dressed up and is looking good. And we'll start with the opening because those are already on, available for folks. The opening course is two different bowls of almonds. The serving platters are kind of a figure eight finery that are matched bowls that fit together. One side is completely caked in like sugar and coated in a thin layer of cinnamon that's been like cooked down, so it's like a glaze. So
Nice.
sugar, cinnamon, almonds. The other side has been lightly coated. They're both almonds on both sides. The other side has been lightly coated in honey, and then caked and rolled in thick crusted salt. So there's salt crusted honeyed almonds on one side, cinnamon sugar almonds on the other, and that sweet blackberry purple wine is out for everyone to enjoy.
I was expecting like sweet nuts and smoked nuts, but this is still really nice.
So,
Definitely enjoy some of it.
so that's the opening there. It's a light. He said he'll definitely enjoy some of it. Yeah. Adam's having a few little tech issues, so we're occasionally crunchy on Adam's end and vice versa. But I think we've been knocking it out of the park so far this session. But every now and then, something's a little off. So that's the opening. It's just kind of some intro finger food, something crunchy, a little sweet, a little salty, nummy, while people kind of mingle and figure out where they want to sit. Because again, the expectation is that you'll be sitting in groups of 4 to 6-ish, and when all the other things are brought out, it's kind of this platter is for this kind of table of you. So people get to kind of chill and mingle a bit. Who wants to pick some NPCs and go there?
We will head towards the High Garden table.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd like to approach Sir Garland and just congratulate him on his victory.
Of course.
He smiles graciously, and kind of, self-deprecating. Well, it's not the way I wanted to win, of course, and it's a shame. It's a shame about Squall. He was a fine steed, etc., etc.
Yes, terribly sorry about what happened to your horse.
Indeed, and just as sorry as Bronze Yawn himself. Oh, it's a good thing you lot couldn't see his face as clearly as I could. He was horrified by what he'd done. He's a good man. He's a good man.
Yeah, no one doubts that.
So he's just
fortunate to have both champions or finalists be so gallant. So, well done.
You flatter me, sir. Don't stop.
Well, unfortunately, I was out of flattery, but I suppose I could create some more.
Well, I mean, I suppose you've had a broken sword, a broken horse, and a broken arm. Nothing can touch you now.
Indeed, I seem to be running out of things to throw between myself and misfortune. I'm hoping the rest of the feast goes smoothly. I've left my shield at the pavilion tent.
Well, they say misfortune comes in 3, so you've gotten it out of the way.
Here's hoping.
Give me a nod.
So yeah, just gracious, charming, speaking in good jest, etc., kind of what you've come to expect from Sir Garland the Darling. His grandmother had already stomped off and sat down, and you heard up at the table she's badgering John Aaron. Is the Queen coming tonight? I suppose I'll find a different seat then. Nice of her to join us. Those Lannisters can't stay away if there's gold in the air. I must have heard they were giving prizes away tonight. And just like shit that would get anybody else assassinated. She's just up there badgering the hand of the Queen or hand of the King and talking shit about the Queen and stomping off to a table. A squire brings up the thing of nuts. And she goes, "Are you serving me nuts as a joke, boy? Away with you!" And she swats him with the fan. It's like, "No, smack, leave them. Just you go." And like she just, she's hamming it up, having a good time.
So much.
Right? Oh.
I love how I've gone from like she's a mean lady to I love her, wish she was my grandma.
She almost was.
I'm going to I'll approach Lady Elena.
Yes, what do you want? I already said no to one handful of nuts tonight.
Do not worry, my lady. I don't believe anything I have to offer is worth your time.
Well, look who finally decided to say something clever.
Well, I have a few in me occasionally. You scared that boy off pretty well.
Squires, they're easy.
I'll be right back. Sorry.
So Robert's got some real life stuff. I heard an adorable piping little Uncle Robert, so we're gonna let him go. Who else wants to take point then?
Okay. I will, I don't even know what to do.
So he goes off to Lady Elena. Never mind.
Right.
Robert's back.
Yeah, sorry about that.
No problem, man. Family stuff comes first.
It shouldn't happen, but it's fine.
It's all good. So Lady Elena, she's squires are easy.
He hasn't yet learned, I'd imagine, when you are actually showing your teeth.
I've precious few to show at this age. What is it you want? Just here to flatter an old lady by telling how good she is at scaring children?
That was a lot of it, yes.
Well then, job done.
Way to help myself to some of her nuts.
She does not swat you with the fan.
I do want to say I appreciate everything you've done for our family this weekend. Obviously, you may have known grandfather well, and I appreciate any help you've given him, but also us. Thank you.
Yes. Duly noted. Off you go, lad. Find someone younger to flirt with.
I will. I'm going to look back at both my sisters still talking to her grandson. And then I'm gonna grin and nod.
She does not comment, but yeah, so.
I'll excuse myself and go somewhere else.
We're just gonna kind of do one per thing here. So let's go, Bela. What are you up to besides the group's kind of quick banter with Sir Garland? Have you got an individual target in mind?
I don't have like a specific plan in mind, but I think the first person amongst our common group of people we've talked to, so like the Blackfish or Maya Stone.
Yeah, they're all here.
Okay, yeah, I'll just go up to them and just greet them and comment about their clothes and say they look nice.
All right. Yeah,
Small
you've
talk.
got the friendly trio of Maya Stone, Miranda Royce, and the Blackfish. They're already seated and just kind of hanging out. The seating here is much more casual than it's been. The hope of a closing feast is that people will kind of travel and mingle more. The opening feast was a little more rigid in where you sat. Closing feasts are meant to give everyone a chance to say farewell to everyone, that sort of thing. So you can have a seat with them if you'd like.
Sure, I'll do that.
So yeah. And Miranda Royce is very dressed up. The Blackfish is in like the Gambesson look, but with quartered colors. He's got House Tully and House Aaron, the lords that he is serving. Maya Stone is in finery, and not terribly happy about it. It is not like courtier garb. level women's clothes, but it is women's clothes. Again, it's a dress, etc., etc. And she looks about as comfortable in it as Oris does in his fancy clothes. But she does, she's just wolfing down handfuls of almonds and having an okay time. And she's like, "These are good." And she slides the bowl towards you a little, like, "Yeah, I don't know which ones I like better. What if I mixed them?" And she's, grabs a little handful with a couple of each, and so she seems to be having a good time eating the fancy food.
There will be plenty more where that came from.
Yeah, I definitely eat some with them. I don't take handfuls.
All right, Adam, what are we up to?
Right. I had actually thought, like, since the Lucases were here, I would actually go. All right. Okay. Yeah. Just nah. I guess I'll go with. I'll stay with my siblings for now. And sit with Maya and Miranda and Sir Brendan.
Okay. Again, like, there's no pressure. You guys are just at a feast. So there'll be plenty of time to mingle later if you think of other NPCs that you would like to visit with. We've got time.
Yeah, I would. Yeah, and also, I suppose I would also like to talk to Lord Will as well, but it's not urgent. It's really just like, it's not urgent in any way.
Okay. Shall we move on to the amuse-bouche? I believe is the fancy Frenchy talk for the second course of this feast, then? All right, then. Yes, the second appetizers are kind of going with the nautical theme of King's Landing. They are unsweetened oat and flour scones, but they've been cooked in like a seashell shape. Like some of those little tarts that are like a little seashell fan shape. So they're in that kind of seashell, oyster shell, whatever, clamshell type of shape. And they're served on, right? Like I remember the name.
No, I know what you're talking about. The actual, like the French cake that is baked like that. It's called a madeleine.
Yeah, so it's in that madeleine shape, but they're just kind of unsweetened scones. So not like savory, but not very sweet. But they are served with an assortment of spiced jellies and preserves that you can kind of scoop onto the little shell of each one to kind of mix and make your own little fruit tart type of things out of them. So they're kind of hearty scones made to then for you to mix your own thing of jellies and preserves. So mild sweetness overall, mostly coming from the toppings of your choice.
Excellent. We'll load up on a couple of those.
Yeah, I'll definitely sample a few of them.
And it's a mix of various fruits. There's apples, pears, blackberries, raspberries, strawberries, all just kind of, samplings of each one on this kind of platter thing. So, you've got a big mix to go with. Yummy stuff.
Any of them spicy?
Some of them are like cinnamony.
Oh, okay.
Kind of warm spices, not like a not Dornish spicy spices,
Okay.
but kind of what we think like
not
pumpkin spicy. Yeah. But
Yeah,
kind
sort of cinnamon, clove.
yeah, cinnamon, clove, nutmeg
nutmeg.
type of stuff. No,
Sister.
like, do you have some like Dornish dragon peppers on you, and you're like spiking the pot or whatever? But
just squeeze out the insides a little bit.
yeah. So you're gonna start filling the vial in your knife with like chili oil, just so you've always got it ready.
That's an idea.
supposed
Something
to
to
be for
talk
deadly.
to our maester about.
We need to sell this stuff. A
Meant to
little
be-
bottle of a little wyvern on the thing, and they'll call it wyvern sauce, and they'll put it
You're
on
just gonna
everything.
invent hot sauce, of course.
Oh, yeah.
Yep, that vial and that dagger is meant to be for deadly
Yeah.
poison, but you will just use it for hot sauce.
I know technology is stagnant for thousands of years, but we're doing an industrial revolution right now. We're starting the bottled sauce industry.
Mass producing the Wyvern's Warning line of hot sauces and wine.
Put that shit on anything.
So that course comes out. It's a little sweet. It's a little bit, again, warm, kind of autumnal spices to our modern palates. Anyone approaching anybody in particular? Oh, also with the second course, King Robert has arrived. And there was like a small cheer as Princess Myrcella is carried in like on his shoulder, waving to everybody. And several steps behind breezes Queen Cersei with Joffrey in tow. But the royal family is now arriving. It should be some of the last people to arrive, but they kind of come in with the second course.
I'm going to sit down at the table that was previously mentioned with the Blackfish and Miranda Royce and them, and to enjoy this round, and I'll kind of make some polite conversation.
Miranda is not nearly so openly teasing you here in the much more crowded room of the closing feast, as opposed to the kind of cacophony and mobs of the tourney field. She's being quite a bit more formal, not in like a distant way, just following the rules a little more, and that sort of thing. The Blackfish is like, oh yes, that one with the pears is quite good. We had similar at the feast as we closed out the War of the Ninepenny Kings, and he starts talking about old tourney feasts and stuff like that.
I would definitely like to ask him about the War of the Ninepenny Kings. I basically want to talk strategy with him, and as much as he's willing to tell, I want to listen and just soak it up.
He is happy enough to do so.
When I put a point into warfare later, I want this to make sense. So,
yeah, the fifth Blackfire Rebellion is a topic he is quite comfortable chatting about with younger knights, and he will point like across the room to Barristan Selmy a few times during the talk, and he reminds you that Sir Barristan slew Malus Blackfire, and so he gives credit where it's due. He doesn't tell the stories of.
Luke's reaction would be largely like, I heard the stories of Selmy, but to hear somebody be like, "Oh yeah, no, he was there, he was the real deal," it's like, damn.
Yeah, he's not one of the guys that tells the story about himself, right? Like he doesn't say, "Well, then I did," He's very clear about other decisions and stuff like that. Go ahead, Ash.
No, I was I just had little kind of comments, but it's I keep interrupting people and I feel bad about it.
No, fine, go ahead.
Yeah, just Adam was just going to kind of cut in over the fifth Blackfire Rebellion. Well, I suppose one good rebellion deserves another.
It is. They usually say the fifth. I mean, think about the Fast and Furious movies. They didn't get good till 5. So the Blackfires figure the same thing.
Clearly,
Blackfire and Furious.
Brother, clearly rebellions are very Moorish.
Yeah, I don't have anything specific to say to him, but just in character, I want to listen to his stories and soak up as much strategy and stuff as I can.
In the north, we put cream on these and then the jam. It's really good. Not that this isn't good, but
is there cream?
Yeah.
Cream and then jam. The 7 have truly abandoned you up there.
There is not cream on available, and nobody brought Lady Bessa. Nobody made her a +1. So
that was an option. Okay.
I'm not desperate for Bessa's tit milk on my scones, but thanks.
I didn't exactly go there. I implied there. That's on you, Ash. You live with yourself.
Well, you paved the road, and you expect me to not walk on it?
Speaking of,
chalk this up to Scotsman.
Speaking of which, Oris did have a seat near you lot, and he's just wolfing down food with Orisian abandon. He doesn't say anything about how they do it in the north. He doesn't, he's just like, well, whatever. And he's scooping and munching and that sort of thing.
I want to be clear, even though I am not particularly close to Oris, I'm not being super friendly with him as of recently. I don't mean a dick to him, I'm just not, taking that step.
His feelings do not seem hurt by that, as he waves for another glass of blackberry wine
They will be.
to wash down his scones and strawberry jam.
Good. Take it easy, Oris. You're not spending the king's gold now.
It's already paid for. I might as well enjoy my last decent meal.
Oh, yes. I suppose you must be celebrating completing the set of things that Will told you not to do.
Most of them. There is one I pointedly left undone. Much to its regret, apparently. And he's just kind of growling all of it under his breath. He's not making eye contact or whatever. He's just kind of muttering sullen responses between bites.
Well, one can only hope that you are not so careless with people's bodies as you are with their hearts.
He snorts, much like a destrier, and just eats another bite of scone. It goes back to his eating. Reyna or Bela, any particular interactions catching your eye?
Well, I was going to say yes, but then the talk about the battle started happening, and like that's the only part of like history that Bela even cares about, even the smallest amount. So you see her like start to get up, and then when Luke introduces that conversation, you see her get back down and start eating the nuts or the pastry. And
all right. What about Reyna? Oh, sorry. So what about Reyna? There's the War of Ninepenny Kings, or there's Adam sniping at Oris. It seems like either conflict might feel pretty epic to Reyna.
I'm very discomforted.
Felicia, if you want to basically tell Adam to go take a walk or something, like, I'm okay with that. If you want him to go, like, fucking cut it out.
No, it's okay. It's she doesn't understand. I mean, this could be totally normal.
Well, we haven't bickered like you've seen no evidence of bickering like that at all.
Right? It's all new to me.
And Oris has already been drinking pretty hard since you guys got here. Like, he's just been chugging that blackberry wine, but it's kind of unlike him to respond to somebody's snark. He's not initiating anything, but you'll notice he also didn't just grunt non-committally when Adam started sniping at him. So something's going on. Who knows?
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I'm going to cast
run away and talk to Sir Garland.
Looking uncomfortable, and I'm like looking around. Who can I talk to that won't be so awful and tense or boring?
Like I said,
you know what? I think that this wine tastes rather bitter. I'm going to get another one, and I'll leave this seat open for some lovely young woman whose endowments I shall never possess. I'll speak to you later.
But bye?
Ain't gonna wait.
Bye at all.
Like that was very pointedly directed at Oris, but
Oris
sweeping off in a huff.
Well, no reason to let it go to waste. Oris just reaches out and grabs Adam's wine and downs it in one drink, then goes back to quietly feasting.
Oh my god. Guts.
Yeah, Adam's been holding all of that venom in all day, and it's just gone like...
Rusty? Robert?
Nothing. I didn't nothing.
Oh, fuck Fucking hell.
You even get the sound effect. Anyway,
I'm sorry.
woo! Can't look at you.
What if she assume we'll comment on it?
I think I will. Well, Maya's here with the blackfish, right?
Yeah, she's right over there. Like,
And
you guys are at their table.
the other young lady,
Miranda Royce.
yes, is also here.
Yep.
Oh, you should totally make him being Miranda, not Miranda, but Maya Stoner's revenge.
You should definitely not do that.
Absolutely not do that.
That would be bad.
I will.
Oh no, wait, hold on. You think you should bang bang Maya?
No.
No.
Oh.
He's gross.
Horace.
Oh, I mean, like even Adam would consider that unnecessarily cruel.
Yeah.
Adam's doing a lot right now. I don't know what he thinks is unnecessarily cruel.
This is true.
Yep.
And
Good feeling.
Fortunately, I'm distracted, so I don't have to
yeah,
do
yeah.
anything.
Currently, like Adam has like shown a lot more capacity for being cruel than he normally would.
As much as I want to see the Adam, he's been a lot right now. I've engaged this elder gentleman, this knight, in conversation about war and tactics, and I'm very enthralled that it would be rude to pull away.
That's fine. Like,
And
Adam
the
doesn't really want to be
But I do
followed.
keep glancing over, like, what the fuck?
and the stories from the Blackfish are also not just about the war. They're about like the camaraderie of warfare, and like I said, the feasts afterwards, and so he's he tells a pretty good story, and they're like yeah, like some stuff hasn't changed, and like he tries to so he's a good storyteller, and you can tell you're not the only young knight that has pried these stories from him.
Also, it's the most recent war we had the same enemy with, so
that's nice. It's better than asking about the rebellion, probably.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
So,
Does Miranda look interested in this talk?
not particularly, but she's certainly not interrupting. She seems to kind of look to the Blackfish as like an uncle that she likes. So she's like, it's fine. He tells his stories, and so yeah, she's not interrupting or anything like that. So,
All right then.
shall we on to the soups then?
Yes.
Real quick, how old was Selmy when he took down Meles the Monstrous? He wasn't super young. I mean, he was pretty.
I mean, not like young. He was born in 235-ish, I want to say.
Oh, okay. So you a little earlier than I was thinking. So yeah.
So
he was
he
35,
was-
40.
I think other way around. I think he was about 30, like late 20s, going to 30-ish. Kind of, fighting man prime. I'd say. I can math it up if you need, real quick. Give me a second.
No. I just want a general idea. Okay, yeah. I mean, I keep glancing over at him because the dude's a machine. It's hard not to respect him.
And
Fighting Man
with,
Prime sounds like a very strange transformer.
but a really cool
What a
one.
cool one.
Yeah. Oris does seem to be listening, and his gaze is flicking over towards Sir Barristan Selmy just as often as everyone else. He has shown quite a bit of respect for Kingsguard knights that deserve it in the past, and without Adam here
If
to
Sir Selmy-
ruin it for him,
Well, I guess Selmy's kind of like on the job here, right? He's not just
he
hanging
actually hasn't got his helmet on. He
Oh.
is still dressed in his Kingsguard armor otherwise, but it's
If
just
he
kind of what he
happens
lives
to
in.
look this direction, somebody, or we're talking about him, I'm gonna motion him over. I don't
Sure.
know when that will happen, but
He's got watchful, alert eyes, and he doesn't mind socializing with the Blackfish. Sir Barristan Selmy will stride over. And he'll sketch out a polite little bow to the ladies. Lady Reyna, Lady Bela, Lady Miranda, Miss Stone. Gentlemen,
Have a seat,
Sure.
Mr. Barristan.
The Black telling us tales of the War of the Nine Penny Kings, and obviously you had much to do with that.
I just tried to do my share.
I have to apologize for staring, but obviously you're a knight of quite a bit of renown, and thank you, sir. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
He settles into Adam's vacated seat, and you guys, like, looking past Bears and Selmy, see Aura sitting there at the end of the table, like, oh. And he kind of like stops eating and like straightens up and like tries to look grown up, and like, I totally wasn't just picking a fight with a little not even squire kid. I probably, like, you could see him like pretty comically behind Sir Barristan trying to like straighten up and like suck the jam off his fingers. And
I wonder if there was also an undertone of me thanking him for being a loyalist in the war, and he's just a badass. So I'm kind of starstruck at the moment. I've seen him around, obviously, but it's rare to really talk to him. And
like I said, his initial response is just, "Oh, I just tried to do my share," and this kind of self-effacing, humility, in a way, but clearly it is also kind of how he made his name and stuff. So, she goes, what yarn is the Blackfish spinning now? Did you tell them about the dysentery? I hope not. It's dinner. And the Blackfish makes a big show. Like, God damn it, Selmy. Of course I didn't. It's dinner. And like they say that it's dinner at the same time. You get the feeling it's like a joke 20 years in the making. Like some squire did tell the story, and
so much dysentery. Let me go into detail.
Yeah, here come the soups. Yeah, like, but it could tell that it's like a running.
Speaking of consistency
thing.
of soup.
So the two of them
just happening.
They just kind of dad joke about that, for a moment, but then they, fall into picking up the story where the Blackfish left off, and both of them, as they talk about some charge or whatever, are like, oh well, Sir Barristan led the left flank, and he goes, oh, we were just racing to keep up with the center, led by, so like they keep kind of praising one another instead of, they're not telling the story the way you suspect Jaime Lannister would tell the story, right? Like, it's not like, yeah, you're right, I'm fucking dope. It's just, I did my share, I did what anyone would do. I had a fast horse, and you know what I mean? Like, it's that sort of.
I'm gonna take a little bit of this humility to heart, I think, which is rare for me.
So they're just some pretty cool old men with reputations for, chivalry, not just courage, that are kind of living up to it in the, the passage of this story.
Yeah, Luke is completely starstruck at the moment, so. It's very little to add. It's just a lot of like, oh, well, what about this? What about this thing that happened? And
yeah, Oris has stopped eating. You guys notice, like he's not saying anything or drawing attention to himself, but he like stops shoving scones into his face just to like stare at Sir Barristan 5 feet away from him and like listen. So that's like a pretty big deal for Oris.
I bet I see Sir Barristan a lot more than Oris does. I just, it's rare to get him to open up and talk about this stuff and let his guard down to what small degree he probably has it down.
Right.
Yeah, and you notice even as he's telling stories, like he makes polite eye contact, but anytime he's not specifically talking to someone, his eyes are just scanning the crowd. He's been Kingsguard for a generation, so he's always kind of just scanning idly for threats or whatever. He's not necessarily on duty, but you get the feeling he's never off duty completely.
Yeah. I'll just be soaking this all in, so we can go on to whoever else. Or
so shall we on to the soups? Or did anybody else have any particular huffing off? I figure during the soup phase will be Adam arriving to wherever he stomped off to. Was kind of my pickup from that, so you can have a chance. So the soups come out, and once again, you get the feeling that maybe Princess Myrcella helped with the menu a bit, because it's another fairly sweet course with some savory options, but you think that it's Princess Myrcella's name day, So the first soup is a chilled soup of strawberries, cream, and whole wheat. So kind of a like strawberry Nesquik oatmeal
Huh, yeah,
thing,
yeah.
you know, just kind of a sweet chilled soup. There is a very hearty ham, leek, and pea soup for people that want something warmer and a little, you know, more body to it.
Luke will definitely take that one.
And then there is a spiced broth that is another kind of sweet dish that's almost got kind of a gelatinous pudding vibe to it. It's a medieval recipe I looked up. The base of it is boiled and shredded rabbit, which is where the greasy fattiness comes from to make it set like a pudding. The other ingredients in it are almond milk, ginger, nutmeg, sugar, and raisins. So it's like a sweet, fruity, rice pudding-y type of thing, but it gets the texture from like the fat and grease from boiled and shredded rabbit. It's like a legit dish that I was like, wow, that's not for me, thanks.
Yeah, and like there's so much medieval food. Just like that is one made up and two disgusting.
I would
Well,
try it.
Well, there's something about the phrase "shredded rabbit" that
Well,
sounds good.
And
Oh,
if you
dude,
think
like,
about, you know, actual gelatin is made of like hooves
Yeah.
and stuff. So like,
Yeah, wait
you know,
until you
it's
hear.
still
Which is why the Jello company doesn't call it shredded hooves.
yeah.
Dude, like you need to read about jugged hair. It's like it's the most disgusting thing I've ever heard.
They ate gross things.
Super
But-
duper gross.
So do
I mean, if I
we.
ate whatever came out of the field every day, day in and day out, I'd be pretty excited for something new.
You notice that Princess Myrcella lets out a little dainty clap and starts in on one of the chilled strawberry cream things. Queen Cersei is like, dear, slower. You know, and like forces her to stop and like sip it and, you know, whatever. But yeah, so you can
she's the
tell
best.
that
When
Myrcella's.
we overthrow the current regime, let's keep her around.
No.
Yeah, I think she
You
should
want
come.
to kill her?
No, I don't want to kill her. Let's send her to the sisters or something.
No, I was gonna say she should come ward with us.
that was your complaint.
No, I was gonna say, well, you know what, like I might marry her, so there.
She's
Well-
sweet. You'd be very sweet.
Yes.
So, who is Adam enjoying the soups with?
I'm gonna go and sit with Nathan.
Nathan is still kind of chatting with some of the other burly Stormlander knights. So Balin Swan is there with his lantern jaw. He's a little bit more handsome version of Nathan Lucas. Nathan Lucas is a little bit more rough and kind of jockish. Sir Balin Swan is still kind of rough-hewn, but like good-looking rough-hewn. You know, a little bit less rough around the edges type of thing. And then there's the flaming red hair of Ronnet Connington with them. Let's see what other
Yeah.
Stormlanders are nearby.
Yeah, Adam has basically gone like, I want to drink until I can't feel feelings anymore. They look like good people to do that with.
That's good. Lord Beric Dondarrion and young Edric Dane, the Lord and Squire, are also with them. So they're
Choosing good company.
yeah. So they're talking about skirmishes between a few other Stormlander houses from a generation ago, and it's kind of tactics talk and you know whatever.
Yeah,
But
my approach was going to be like a quiet word to Nathan of like, I need to drink a lot of alcohol. Can I join you? Basically.
well, you're in the right spot then. You can take Edric's. The boy's a little scared of getting hair on his chest, I think. He's just sipping that pale one. They once again have Baratheon Black and Yellows as the default drinks available all night. The thick, hearty stout or the pale yellow lager. And Edric blushes furiously about being teased for not drinking enough. But yeah, just with quick and immediate good cheer, you were invited to their circle and told to get drinking. Nathan is wolfing down the like rabbit raisin pudding stuff. He's like, nom, 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 nom.
Adam's like, I am having a shit day. I want to eat something's flesh. I'm gonna have the ham thing.
So yeah, there was the ham, leek, and pea soup, which is by far like the savory of this. And most of the Stormlanders are doing the same. But you suspect this is as close as Nathan comes to a sweet tooth. Is this like rabbit pudding? He's like, yes, it's a dessert. But yeah, the rest of them all went for like the pretty hearty one. Barrick Dondarian is sipping at the chilled strawberry cream one and like daring anyone to say something. He's like, what?
Nice.
What? And he's just like, I like it. Just leave me alone. So yeah, everybody's got their fix.
We want what we want. Am I right?
He is very much the kind of pretty boy of this circle of them. But nobody seems to be giving him any shit for it.
He's just stone badass.
So Bela, what are you up to during the soups?
Yeah, so I'm gonna go for the shredded rabbit with raisin pudding one
Great.
as well. And I think I'm going to follow Adam across the room because although I didn't hear everything that was going on between him and Oris due to the fascinating conversation about the battles and all of that, it seemed like something was kind of weird, and I just want to make sure things are okay. So, like 10 seconds behind or so, like I'll follow behind and just kind of like come in with her, trying to keep in mind like staying together a little bit just to make sure things are okay.
The good news is Adam didn't stomp over to the knot of Stormlanders and just start yelling, "Kindly get fucked, sir," or anything like that. So like, it could be worse.
Yeah, I don't bring up anything. I just kind of want to like,
just hanging out.
Hang out, yeah.
So yeah, you see Adam starting on the ham, leek, and pea soup, but going for that strong blackberry wine. I think a little more than the soup.
Drinking pretty damn hard and fast, yeah.
Okay. Oh, I'll take note of that. And like I said, I don't bring anything up. I just want to...
Shadowing, not interrupting, sounds like.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
All right. What about the Lady Reyna? What are you up to during the soup course and your present company?
I am I'm gonna shift my position a little bit to nudge down at the other side of Oris.
Okay.
And I know he's probably gonna look like a rabbit caught in a trap, but I'm gonna like lean kinda just quietly lean in next to him. And it'd be like, I know what happened between you and Adam, but he's really, I know he's acting very angry toward you because he's hurt.
I hadn't noticed, milady.
Oh, piffle.
Oh my god, the sarcasm. He's such a teenager.
Well, if you hadn't noticed, he definitely is angry. And I feel that, like I said, he's not angry. He's angry. Hurt. Heart hurt.
He lets out a sigh, but does not otherwise respond.
Right. And I don't expect you to fix that, because it's done. And you can't pretend to be or act or feel what you don't. and aren't.
What would you have had me done? He leans in, and he looks just like terribly uncomfortable with this conversation, but he leans in at you like closer than he's leaned in on any of you before, just to like not. He really doesn't want to have this conversation 5 feet from bears to can sell me, right? But he goes, "What would you have had me do? A grown man lay with a boy? It's a sin in the eyes of gods and men." And he knows that, and he forced it on me anyway.
Hey now, that
I'm not
that's
sure.
not
that
right.
I'm
No
sure it
forcing
felt
went on.
But
Nothing. No forcing happened. That was the point.
I think the discomfort on both parties' sides is coming out in this antagonistic, angry way, and it's souring the friendship that you shared, which is a shame.
Well, if you happen to decide to talk about this with the young lord instead of with your squire, just remind him that that's his fault, not mine. The friendship's not leading where he wanted it to lead. So, if it was a false friendship, then fine. But that's upon him, not me.
I think that you're both just terribly uncomfortable with everything that's happened.
I have been very clear about this all week. About just being very uncomfortable with everything that's going on everywhere, except for fighting. Like, that's the only time he has been remotely confident or competent. So he has been very clear about being very uncomfortable with very much everything since leaving Wyvern's Rest.
I'll tell you a secret, though. Something I've learned this week is that apparently that's what life is being shoved into situations where we're not comfortable. And then having to flip and deal with it. I'm just sad for you that you've been so uncomfortable all week. But you've also had great success this week.
None of which will matter when I get back to Woolly Will.
It'll
Because
matter.
all the successes have been in direct contradiction with his express orders to me.
Do you think I outrank Woolly Will? Think
Not-
carefully.
Not once we leave Nymaryen lands.
All we can do is leave it in his hands then. But treading it and isn't going to make it any better or worse. I mean, all I've heard from you over the last several days is might as well have the last good night I'm gonna have. It's the last good meal I'm gonna have. It's the last wine I'm gonna have. It's the last.
It is. I was never inside a banquet hall before this week. Your grandfather never let me inside the keep before that visit at Wyvern's Rest. You think I'll ever get to do any of this again? I hit a king.
You hit the king. And he loved it.
So yes, this has been the best week of my miserable fucking life, and I know I'm to be punished for it as soon as the week's over. So if you don't mind, can I go back to listening to the Lord Commander and perhaps trying some of the soup instead of being berated for not returning a boy's advances?
If I were berating you, you'd feel a whole lot differently right now. I'm having a warm discussion with you.
Having a wee H to H.
I am not. Just striking out against people who care for you because they care for you is an excellent way to end up alone. And if that's what you want, fine. But if it isn't, consider. And I will be speaking to Adam. But he's over there and you're right here.
Is there anything else, milady?
Oh, sweet gods. There is so much. But no, enjoy your soup.
Last soup you'll ever have.
He actually doesn't. He actually doesn't even go for the soup. He just turns away to like listen to Sir Barristan Selmy and the Blackfish tell stories about the last Blackfire rebellion.
Oh, that's fine. It's actually better. I think.
Is Luke up to anything in particular?
Sadly, no. He's not involved in shenanigans. He's just listening intently.
What soup you going for?
I'll go for that leek soup with the like a
Ham and pea and leek.
ham. Okay, yeah.
All right. Just trying to see like who's sweet enough already versus who's going for the, the spiced brothy stuff, yada yada yada.
I mean, Adam would normally also like love that strawberry thing, but he would have it after like the meat and vegetable thing. But yeah. But he's also like trying to like totally be like, I'm like very masculine, honest.
Like on his way over to the Stormlander table, he was like drawing stubble on his face, like in the Lego movie, doing the polka dots to make him look like grilled badass.
I mean, he doesn't have no facial hair at all. He just has like crappy teenager scruff.
Well,
or
it's the very pale Valyrian stuff, so it's going to be real downy and kind of invisible. I was just.
No, it's cool. It just feeds into more of him getting annoyed at getting called a boy all the time.
We just watched Lego Movie 2, and he just draws on the polka dots to be stubby.
Oh, I see. Okay.
I
have not seen that movie.
Trying to be more grown up.
Then we shall on to the entree, I think. Because Adam's just kind of hard drinking noir Adam over there with all the lantern-jawed Stormlanders. Bela is just shadowing him, seems like. And Bela will be greeted by that knot of Stormlanders. Plenty of my ladies. And, some appreciative nods. And a few, perhaps inappropriate appreciative glances as well. But you got twin greetings there. Some of, like, a fellow knight, and some as, hey, look, here comes a hot lady. Let's stop telling sex jokes or whatever type of thing. But so you're definitely included in the circle. They're just all kind of hanging out, being dude bros. So the entree then. Here things take a distinctly dinnerish turn and turn into more kind of hearty finger food and away from sweets. There are meatballs sprinkled with saffron for a kick, and then honey mustard eggs, basically deviled eggs. Boil them, cut them in half, scoop out the yolk, mix it with honey and mustard, squirt the yolk back in. So it's just kind of medieval deviled eggs were apparently totally a thing hundreds and hundreds of years ago. So yeah, that's what you got. You're moving on to, and the meatballs are like caramelized. They're not in like a sauce, but they're a little bit dry. But they're like just that little bit of crust on the outside, caramelization. Everyone is that perfect little bite of chew and crustiness type of thing. And then they've got this, bit of saffron on top for showing off the fantastic wealth of House Baratheon.
You know that most people can't actually taste saffron.
The important thing is that everyone knows it's been served to them.
Exactly. A lot of it's about, look at this fancy, expensive thing.
So
Expensive.
let's jump back over to the Stormlanders. Bela, what's up with the this entree? You got the basically deviled eggs, and you got the saffron meatballs, and you got the Stormlander sausage party that you have invaded.
Yeah, I don't see why I wouldn't have some of each. So a meatball, and then upon finding out it's a bit drier than I might have expected, pour some of the egg onto it and eat it that way. Why not?
Yeah, and they're they're not like bad. They're just not like served in the sauce or whatever.
Yeah.
But yeah,
It's fine.
Nathan Lucas gives you a kind of wolfish, leering grin. He goes, "Ah, a woman who eats with both hands. Ah, maybe we should have invaded Dorne all those times." And they all just kind of chuckle about it. Yeah.
Sorry,
Like-
I just had like the thing in my head of the yes, and the Dornish women can beat the men off with both hands. But I meant it in the like driving them back, but then realised, oh, it's going to sound really dirty.
So I'll just say, well, you have to be careful. We certainly have our spices down there.
Ah, that you do. I heard they were serving Dornish purses the other night.
I don't like where this is
Yeah,
going.
they were delicious.
Oh yes, there we
Oh
go.
no! And you see several of them like patting their stomachs or like waving it off. Like, had them once. That was enough. That was enough. Oh, drink half the beer in the keep, and it did nothing. And you see Edric looking smug for once. You know, the like 12-year-old squire is like, ha! And looking pretty confident for a nice change of pace amongst the rough-hewn knights and lords. He doesn't like say anything snarky, but you can see him holding his chin up and feeling big for his britches for once compared to the rest of them.
Okay.
So, any other commentary like coming from Adam over there, or?
I think it'll kind of largely sort of, be joining in with the banter in a general sense.
Sure. Like
But yeah, I guess it'll be like something like kind of like try getting used to northern food for years, and then having one of those blow your head right off.
and you're like, oh, just everything's either salty or wet, or sometimes both. I think everything was a stew up there.
Well, I mean, Dorne may have the spices, but they say there are only 3 types of Dornishmen. There are the stony, the sandy, and the salty.
Ah, you forgot the beautiful. Nathan Lucas leers at your sister.
That's my sister. Whatever, it's fine.
Whatever.
If she's not breaking your fingers over it, it's probably fine.
Yeah, I don't mind at all.
It looks like he's about ready to keep talking, and Red Ronnet gives him an elbow in the ribs, like, "We're at a feast. We're at a feast," and he doesn't keep talking
Of course
about
yes.
broken fingers. Yeah.
Yes, just yes, like Dornish people are beautiful. My sister is beautiful. We're all beautiful, but in purple, I'm stunning.
You do notice that Beric Dondarrion is wearing a dashing half cape version of his billowing black and purple cloak that's got the purple lightning on it and stuff. He's wearing like an asymmetrical capelet type, kind of Captain Marvel-ish. You know what I mean? Like it's part of his finery, but it's still got that purple white lightning on a black field. And he goes, "It is a fine color on most anyone, I find."
Well, it certainly suits you, sir.
Yes.
Ah,
the player did
flattery.
I actually player did it purely for the Babylon 5 reference.
Yeah, but they're still gonna run with it because Beric
Cool.
Dondarrion likes talking about his cloak.
You know what? Hey, Adam likes fashion. Let's go.
Let's go.
So that flirtation, banter, good-natured ribbing from the knights and stuff over there in the Stormlander contingent. What's going on with the Vale folk as the honey mustard eggs and the saffron meatballs are served?
Is who's all over here with me still? Oris and Raina?
Oris, Reyna, Sir Barristan Selmy, the Blackfish.
I don't have too much to add. I'm just kind of listening to everybody carefully. I will raise an eyebrow as Raina and Oris had a little conversation, but I wasn't paying that much attention to it.
Sir Barristan Selmy starts eating the honey mustard eggs with gusto and zeal. He goes, "Oh, these are fantastic. When I was a boy, there was a tournament in House Swanlands, and they made these with swan eggs. You could barely hold the thing in your hand. Fantastic.
Are swan eggs really big?
Yeah, they're pretty good size in real life. Not like ostrich large, but yeah, they're pretty big.
Well, they're pretty big birds, so
Yeah.
I'll listen to him, and I'm gonna have some meatballs myself. So,
but yeah, so he's just like, I sometimes think every tourney I've been to, I've just been trying to find a honey mustard egg as fine as those first ones. Just this weird kind of old man reminisce from an old tourney food type of thing. You notice that
I guess the only thing I want to do is I want to watch Raina and Oris to kind of get a feel for their body language and what they're doing exactly.
Oris is eating the honey mustard eggs exactly like Sir Barristan Selmy is. Like he's picking them up the same way. He's eating them in one bite, if that's how Barristan Selmy's doing it. Like he is adorably mimicking Barristan Selmy in that he chose which entree to go for, and he's also like attacking them in the same way that Barristan Selmy is, because that must be the right way to do it. And you see it because Oris is like behind Sir Barristan, so like you just like see the shadowing going on. Yeah.
That's adorable.
I think I actually need to ask them, but I don't think Luke is drunk enough yet, so he'll wait.
All right.
So yeah, there's
we all need to be
they are starting to take away the blackberry wine as the sweeter courses are passed. So it's just the Baratheon black and yellow, or a kind of generic reach red, not super fine arbor red type of stuff, not the Dornish stock that they alternated in during your feast. It's a fine red wine, but it's mostly the Baratheon black and yellows, a little milder drink to keep it going. What about Reyna? Anything in particular going on?
Well, no. Now that I've made Oris terribly uncomfortable, I will have a meatball, and then I will get up and I will stroll the room, just trying to see if something catches my interest, or because I'm just moving, because I'm trying to put some distance between me and Oris, so because I didn't really intend to bully him.
I don't think you bullied him. Like if you want an outside view, I don't think
Okay. Well,
he didn't like being like having the questions asked, but that didn't mean that they didn't kind of need asked.
Right.
Like don't worry so much about invading people's privacy.
You definitely did walk away with the feeling that asking him about what happened the other night, literally anywhere else than sitting at a table with Sir Barristan Selmy, would have probably gone better. Like that was like it was definitely a situational modifier that was making him kind of clam up and hiss answers back at you, type of thing. But yeah, you definitely were left with that impression that it was very much like, oh my god, you're asking me this here and now, and fuck, I've been right all along. Everything is awful, right? Like it was kind of that moment.
Oh, I have to admit, I kind of chose the moment when Barristan Selby was present because I thought it
Am a
was an extra
sadist.
stressor that would keep him from just shutting up and shrugging.
Yeah, like your reasoning
Job
was
done.
good. It just sort of was the opposite.
Yeah, and
It's
that's
fine. It was, it'll be okay.
Your reasoning was the opposite of good. That's
Yeah, well, I was.
Well, you know what? Like, you don't get any like fun drama if people do everything right.
Fair.
Like, if like Game of Thrones wouldn't be like interesting or maybe even exist if everyone made good decisions.
Oh yeah.
All right then. Again, you've got basically a buffet line of NPCs here. Just about everybody that you've met this week. Bessa of Fleabottom is not here. Alardeem is not here. You can't go poison him or whatever. Langley Woods and Lord Adam Dannett aren't here. You can't go murder their anything.
They're a little bit
Orton,
dead. Yeah.
Orton and Marita Lugas still have not arrived. And Lyle Brewer is not here. Just about every other NPC whose name you have heard this week is here.
Yeah, I mean, like when there's an opportune moment, Adam is going to ask after Orton and Marita, like to Nathan specifically, but he's not going to broadcast it or anything in case it's sensitive.
Nathan will just kind of shrug and look dark and a little sad. He goes, "Just bad business with Woods. Poor lad. It's a melee," and you get kind of this muttered chorus of "It's a melee," like just everyone's like, "Yeah, it's too bad." And he goes, "Marita's just shut herself in the room since we got word he was still in the Maester's tent." And Orton's.
Well, I imagine it can be easy for her, having to live with so much, loss.
Who knows with women? Sorry, milady. They're different creatures than we. And that Orton, he might as well be one too, though. He has been spending time with that golden-haired wench, and he kind of nudges Red Ronnet and Balin Swan. You two saw her last night, eh? Think she's made a man of him, but.
Hey, he did kill the fox.
And you get raised eyebrows all around because word of the.
Saw it with my own eyes. Cleaved his head in twain with a single blow.
Did he? Well, job done then. And Balin Swan lifts his flagon of Baratheon Black, and they're all, to Orton. Make a sir of him yet. Type of thing. It's a little bit sarcastic toast, but they seem to have meant it. And Sir Nathan follows it up. Just mid-toast, Sir Nathan's like, "And to Langley Woods.
And to Langley Woods.
The boy deserved better luck."
He did. We actually spoke to... Oh, sorry, go ahead. It's fine.
Nope,
I'm just
go ahead. Okay, you've got to go get something AFK. Just turn the lights on. But yeah, that's about it for the entree course then. Just trying to do a little bit of time on each one. So
I love how Adam sticks up for Orton.
Orton. I like Orton.
Nerds got to stick together in a rough setting like this.
Yeah, nerds got to stick together, and if he's got a chance of becoming a sir, there's hope for Adam yet.
So Reyna, who are you looking for? Anyone in particular, or just kind of gliding through the room? Still not sure.
I glide around the room a little bit, but because why not? um, and I, I mean, there's names that have caught my ears throughout the game, and I mean, one of them was, oh my God, is Linkor Bright even here?
Yep, he is at the feast.
It just occurred to me. Are he and Michael like sitting with any specific people?
A small bit of the Veil contingent that don't consider what he did dishonorable, but it's like that's about it. Like there's a few empty seats around them after that.
Well, I'm
Especially,
certainly not going to join them.
you imagine it's especially exacerbated by the misfortune that befell Bronze Yawn today, like being kind of unfair or cruel to him yesterday has more people going like, Bronze Yawn doesn't need that.
Yeah.
So he's a little bit isolated right now, but
Yeah.
he's very pointedly not showing it. He's sitting at his table. He's got Lady Forlorn propped up against the table again.
Okay.
Just being chill.
You know, dangerous.
cut it right there, ready to hand, because you never know when you might need to murder somebody at a feast.
Pretty much.
God. Um. Where are the
Go on.
good-natured people?
I need to not be a shit stirrer right now.
You know, the easy people. Where's Hugh?
Mary Crane is hanging out. Meredith Crane and her brother Sir Parman. You guys met
Oh, Sir
at the feast the
Parvin,
other night.
yeah.
Like, oh, and Mary was in the horse race. You remember? So they're around. You guys have gotten along with them. Alice Mormont is kind of off by herself again. Not many people hanging out with the North woman. She's in like a peasant dress. Like it's a dress, but it is very much not like finery. You'd think that she was just like, I need a dress for this feast. Fuck. And like she bought a dress, but it's not at all like appropriate for this. And she looks not at all appropriate in it. Like she looks like a bear in a dress, right? She's just like, it's not sized right for her. She's not like wearing a corset or anything for like shape. She's just kind of looking uncomfortable in a dress. Little Robert Frey is in his cleanest squire clothes and the little tabard that he's got, and he's like glaring daggers at the other Frey boys that are like 2 tables away. Like, you boys stay over there. Don't you come over here and make fun of her. And like just kind of looking a little defensively, and they're both eating food and having a good time.
Who's he kind of like when you say like don't make fun of her? Who's he talking about?
He's not really talking. He's just kind of glaring at like the other Frey squires. They're a couple tables off. It's his cousins that kidnapped him the other night. He's just kind of glaring at them like he's waiting for them to come over and start some shit. But he's just
I mean, the fact that they're still around.
I know where I'm
kind of
going.
I mean, Blackwalder could have easily just murdered them and buried them in a hole, and nobody would have known any better.
They seem to be. They're on pretty good behavior. They're just kind of sitting and eating. They're not throwing anything at anybody or kidnapping anyone. They're
That's good.
Just about their best behavior.
Well, I will go and hang out with Alicent and Little Frey.
They both got to perk up as you arrive, and Alicine's like, I finished the meatballs, but I could get more if you wanted some.
I'm sure that they will bring more. I have a seat at the table with them. That's one thing that is a plenty at feasts. Is meatballs.
And you can see she kind of tries to straighten up a little bit, and it strains some of the seams in her dress. But she like brushes her hair back a little as she's sitting next to you. Like she's trying, but yeah, you are not making her look better with your flawless presence. But like she's trying to sit up a little straighter and stuff like that.
Um, Melody, you are uh, rather formidable in battle, and I respect that.
Well, you and I went blow for blow plenty well, and you've done better than most mainlanders I fought.
I'm Dornish. I look fragile, but I, I'm stronger than I look. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to withstand Robert at the end there with the hammer.
Oh, Cora, I thought he was going to take your head off.
I thought it was at the other end of the field. but uh, but so obviously I've got some sort of strength aside of me. Uh, but I wonder of you, are you returning to Bear Island after all of this?
Oh, I mean, sure, someday. We bears always wander back home, but uh, not right off the bat, I don't think.
What are your plans?
Never been much big for planning. Had some fun at this tournament. I thought maybe I'd try to find another one or something, and see what I could do to get some of that better armor that these mainlanders like. Oh, that joust was rough on a girl in Ringmail. But yeah, get some better steel and try my luck again. Oh, and practice that, all the horsing stuff, the riding quintain and such. Yeah, I need to get better at that.
Well, it is. Those are all things that do come with practice. Um, and what of your young squire here? Must he return to the twins?
Um, eat some eggs, boy. Makes you strong. And then she kind of leans towards you and she's like, I've got no fucking idea. They just give him to me. I didn't even ask for him, so I think I'm supposed to keep him. I don't want to send him home with his cousins and such. They might cook him and eat him or something. But yeah, I thought I'd keep him for a bit, but I don't know what to do.
What did Lord Frey say when he gave you your
He
squire?
mostly he just laughed. He said that they grow like weeds round here, and I should take one off his hand, give him one less mouth to feed, and next thing I know, I got me a squire.
Oh man.
Okay.
Poor
Well,
guy.
that was rather open-ended, and lords don't leave things open-ended by accident. At least not one of Lord Frey's wiliness, cunning.
And I mean, I can't just send the boy to Bear Island. I mean, Mom's already looking after my two cubs herself. And she said I could leave them while I wanderlust. They're too young. But, I mean, a squire, I don't
So
know
you
what to
already
do with
have
it.
2 children at home.
Oh, yeah. Got a fierce little girl cub of 9, and my boy's just 2, but he stopped sucking the teat a while ago, so their grandmom said they'd be fine.
How would you like to come south?
I already come pretty damn south.
There's a lot more south than here. The real south. To Dorne. To Wyvern's Rest.
Oh, it's even hotter down there, isn't it?
It is.
You just wear less clothes though, it's fine.
Right.
Fine, well, I might as well go all the way down there, I suppose. Sure. You lot having a tournament or what?
Eventually, yes, I am actually planning for us to have a tournament. Uh, and I've invited several of the Vale folk down to visit uh, sometime in the future, which, anyway. Um, but I would very much like for you, especially, to uh, kind of be under my wyvern's wing.
Well, sure, I'll ride south for you, and I'll earn my keep. I'm swing an axe, swing a mace, swing a sword, you name it. And little Robert there, he's good with a bow. I don't know if you saw, but he came close to beating your little brother. He did not come close to beating your little brother, but like he was one of the finalists.
Yeah, he was quite skilled with the bow. Uh, I mean, we have plenty of horse flesh in Dorne where you can practice at the tame and such. Uh, we enjoy racing a lot, and I believe that you would be a wonderful ally against such brigands as the Vulture King.
Oh, you got bandits to chase? Oh, I'll fight some southern wildlings.
Southern wildling, they are kind of. And besides, I think that you and Bela would get along very, very well.
She's the other one, and she nods towards Bela.
Hi, and she is she's our mistress of warfare.
Yeah, it's got a fancy ring to it.
It does. I just made that up.
Yes, getting titles over here.
And I think that it would be. Anyway, I would very much like for you to travel with us. We will be hiring men to travel with us anyway, just because we'll be taking back a rather large amount of wealth. Uh, but I would rather have someone of your mettle with us by our side as well.
Sure. And she gives Robert a smack on the back. Hear that, boy? You'll be earning your keep as a proper caravan guard. He mumbles something around a mouthful of deviled egg.
And once we went home, of course, you know, you'll have your places at the rest. And I hope that you will enjoy staying with us as long as you wish.
Yeah. She gives you a beaming, good-natured grin.
No.
Excellent.
And the salads arrive. These are mixed salads of purslane, spinach, cress spring onion. It's all topped with salted almonds, fried oranges, and some Asosi vinegar mix.
Oh, nice.
So, crisp, bright salad with some citrusy notes. Pretty strong flavors. Definitely gets the palates cleansed and ready to go. Any
Luke is
particular?
ready to excuse himself from the table he's at, and kind of maladjust his armor and go and sit down by his sister and the woman from Bear Island.
All right, so heading over to join that small Mormont contingent.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yes. I'm gonna sit down with them as the next round comes up.
All right, you can catch the tail end of that conversation then, with just with no trouble. Do you speak? What are you saying? Anything, or what do we got?
He was debating.
Like that was the conversation you walked in on, so you can respond to it now.
Yeah, he's gonna sit down and take a moment and go, Breno, when exactly are you all returning home?
We shall be returning. We'll start packing up tomorrow and probably take a few days to finish shopping and obtaining our guardsmen. Will you need longer to put your affairs in order here in King's Landing?
No, no, I just didn't actually even any thought until now. No, that'll work fine.
Will be all right with that?
Yes.
It's hard to leave your home behind. I know it's your second home, but you've been here long enough that
It is a place I've lived.
I look approving. I feel like that's an excellent response.
Did you invite Lady Mormont and her squire with us? I was planning to poach her squire from her, but it sounds like she'll need him.
Yes, I actually have invited them and asked her to join us indefinitely.
Very well. And we're just gonna have some wine and relax a little bit.
Perfect.
All right. Anything of note happening over in the Stormlander locker room?
It's not a locker room. Jesus. I mean, at least I hope. At least I hope that the chat hasn't gotten that coarse.
It hasn't, but they are. It's fairly Stormlander course, but not awful.
Yeah.
At least until I leave.
Yeah, but Adam may be lightly blushing, but not full beet red like he normally is.
Right. Just continuing pleasant conversation type of stuff, or
yeah, I think because I've not actually gotten to talk to Red Ronnet Connington or Barry Dondarrion, so I would like to make friends with them because they seem like a good sort, and Bill and Swan as well to an extent. So yeah, I'm just gonna work on making some friends. And trying to be treated like one of the group rather than like some little boy trying to hang around with grown-ups, because
sure.
that's how Adam's been feeling like people have been treating him, and is trying to not be treated like that.
Through the course of some fairly pleasant conversation, it comes to light that Lord Barrick plans on taking Edric south into Dorne after the tourney to go bring Edric home briefly, and also to visit his betrothed down in House Dane. And he asks, they wouldn't mind taking the Stoneway down and then turning west as a different route home. But yeah, they kind of bounce the question off both of you. And he goes, perhaps we could ride together.
Well, I, for one, would absolutely welcome that. Of course, it would be more up to Lady Rhaena, but I certainly would very much like that. There's certainly strength in numbers.
Indeed. I don't imagine there's a problem. I think it would be beneficial for all involved.
All right, then. I've got a few riders coming up to meet us before the trip, but we'll just add them to your number for the trip home then.
Wonderful.
Very well.
Blackhaven's not out of your way, at all. It's one of the Marcher Lord houses that has tried to march down through Will lands and Nymaryen lands and Ironwood lands. It's not far. But yeah, so you guys have some more friends for the trip. Edric looks a little excited about not being the only Dornishman in the group again, because that's going to be a little bit rough, being the youngest and being the only Dornishman hanging out with a bunch of Stormlords, But yeah, so over the course of the conversation, that offer is made and sounds like cheerfully accepted. So yeah, there's that. And none of them are unpleasant in the meantime.
Cool.
our little group of people traveling south is definitely growing. I do approve.
It's growing, and we're absorbing some pretty cool folks.
Okay then. Anything else particular note happening during the salads?
No.
Yeah, I think Luke will continue to be boring and just kind of listen patiently to everything.
Okay. We move on to the fish course. They bring out bacon-wrapped salmon with a caper and onion sauce. So maybe not the most exciting thing, but
Sounds good.
good.
Yeah, I'll definitely enjoy some of that.
What's Lord Will up to? Just out of curiosity.
Yeah, he's probably just kind of hanging out with because the guy was a contender in the melee. Lothar Brune is there with him, so Will's kind of hanging out.
He wasn't there.
No.
Okay. Sorry.
Yeah, Lothar Brune, again, the sellsword that is not a knight, but he was in the melee, so he could be here.
Yeah. Yeah, I think with all this talk about traveling together and taking a sort of a route that suits us all, I think I might see if Lord Will is up to joining our little caravan.
Yeah, your answer is basically yes, of course. I assumed that we would be doing that. So absolutely positive about it.
Okay. I mean, it wasn't the only thing I wanted to talk about, but okay.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah. What else then? What else do you want to bring up? Because he's just the two of them are just kind of sitting and talking about swords and stuff.
No, like it's fine. Just best move on.
Okay. You can bring up people. I'm not trying to hurry anything or whatever. Just if you wanted to talk to him about more stuff, he's right there.
No, it's cool. Like it's not important. It's cool.
Okay. Any other particular conversating during the fish course then?
Yeah, I guess I'm being pretty quiet tonight, so I'll continue doing
Lots
that.
of people are. I know, sometimes the feasts are a little exhausting and there's a lot of NPCs to choose from. So I know decision paralysis can set in. I'm just trying not to leave a bunch of idle time. Or maybe I just like to work through a menu. Who knows?
He was very proud of this menu, I have to say.
And I was very hungry because I finished it up before bed, and I was like, I should not have done that. I should have finished it. Should have finished up the menu a half hour before dinner, not done it last thing before I laid down at night.
Yup.
But yeah, no, I'm good. So.
All right then. The fish course goes by fairly quickly. There's no decisions to be made about it. There's no multiple offerings. And it looks like the servers are in a bit of a hurry to bring out the main course, which is kind of the first very, very fancy and artful one. And these are golden crusted pot pies topped with salt, pepper, and sage. And then the pie crust, that material, has then been put into decorative shapes of peacocks or leaping porpoises that are adding verticality atop each pie. So the pies themselves are plain topped, but then they've put these decorative toppings on of strutting peacocks with broad fanning tails, or porpoises arcing so that just the nose and the tail of the porpoise are hitting the pie. Myrcella looks absolutely smitten as they bring them out. And in the pie is peacock, porpoise, and to add actual flavor, pork belly.
I feel
You're
like we're
not.
still, I feel like you went like, oh, Ash, you like to recreate the food that I bring up? Well, try this, motherfucker.
Um, Myrcella
And the
is just
third
like
endangered species used was
Myrcella is just going, oh, they're so pretty. I want one of each, Papa. And you're not sure that she knows what's in the pie.
Of course she doesn't. She's a sweet little girl.
She's just like, ooh, my favorites, because there's pretty peacocks and dancing porpoises atop the pie. So you're pretty sure she doesn't know what's in them. But yeah, once again, you think their menu was just Princess Myrcella's favorite things, and they maybe took it a little bit too literally. But they are
I'm
very.
digging
So yeah, with the pork belly in there, there's fine salty flavor, etc., etc. Neither peacock nor porpoise is particularly renowned for flavor and stuff.
It's so hard to find pot pie these days.
So yeah, that's the first main course.
When he told me about these pies, I was like, oh no, don't tell Myrcella.
Yeah, and like I said, it looks like no one has. She's just like, yay!
I don't think
They're
she
so
can
pretty.
handle that after the horse.
You do notice that the ones that she's getting up at the royal table, her and Cersei and Joffrey and King Robert, there's a bit of gold foil type of stuff at like the ends of the peacock feathers and atop the porpoise fin. So they're all kind of royal crowned with some decorative gold stuff, as befits the royal family. But yeah. So, main course, peacock and porpoise pot pie.
My two favorite animals. Yeah, I dig in.
Yeah. I'm gonna go and sit with the cranes.
Okay, so Sir Parman Crane and Mary Crane. They're hanging out with some of the other Reach Knights, not the Florence, not Imri and Aaron. Some of the more kind of pleasant, still somewhat aloof because they're Reach Knights. They're just kind of like that, some of them. But yeah, they're with a small contingent of some other Reach Knights. Mary beams up at you as you arrive. And she's like, look at the pies. They're so beautiful.
Yeah, they are. I'm not really sure what they're gonna taste like, but well, only one way to find out, right?
Indeed, I suppose we just need to dig in.
I mean, I've never eaten a cetacean, so I've no idea.
Yeah. So I'll bring up sort of the conversations we had previously a couple of days ago, and say I'm looking forward to going hawking with you sometime soon.
Perhaps we could sneak out tomorrow. If you lot aren't leaving too dreadfully early, it would keep us out of the way while the men see to all the travel. And she gives her brother a punch in the shoulder. Since they've got such important things to do, perhaps some of we girls could go out hawking. And perhaps we could even bring home lunch.
That sounds delightful. I'd love to do that.
She claps excitedly. Like, excellent then. It's a plan.
Great. Also, there's rumblings that we might hold a tourney in the next, I don't know, few months. I don't know. It's in the beginning stages right now, but it would be wonderful to see you again should we hold one.
Young Alan Ambrose, the squire, kind of perks up and leans over. Goes, "Will there be a squire's joust?"
Uh, Potentially, yeah.
Will that brute of yours be in it, or do you think
don't
someone will
know.
knight him by then? Ooh.
I think based upon this week, it seems likely someone might knight him before then.
Just, it's not quite sporting. He's two of me, and it just, But, yes, I could try to, I could speak to my brother and see about travel. And Edmund Ambrose, his older brother, is kind of, down table a little bit, but it's just young Alan that kind of invited himself over to the conversating.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, we'd like to have you, obviously. More the merrier. But, of course, I have to leave the details to my sister at the moment. We just had this idea recently, so we will definitely send ravens for when a date has been selected.
Mary leans over onto her brother and like melodramatically clutches at his sleeve like she's going to faint. She goes, "Oh, perhaps it would even be safe for me to travel if my big, strong brother were coming with me to go to a tournament in order to show those Dornishmen which end of a lance to hold. Oh, I think the plan was to do that this week also, wasn't it?" Just lay it in the claws. And he's beat red. And fine. We will probably be honored to attend, assuming that invitations are forthcoming, my lady.
Indeed. Okay, and that's about it. Just continue with pleasantries and such after that.
All right.
Talking about the feasts and the sights that we've seen at this one, and imagining future tournaments and
talk
things
about the plan to run away and be sellswords together.
Everybody just goes, "Fuck house creation. Let's go be sellswords and SOs. Woo!"
Is that what she
runs
wants?
off, leaves the GM weeping with his campaign plans in tatters. I mean, it would probably be pretty fun, but please don't.
No, I just find it amusing from the thing she was doing just to basically make fun of her brother.
Yep.
Meanwhile, over with at Adam's table, as the pot pies are presented, Lothar Brune just digs in because he's like, "Hey, free meat is free meat. Even if it's dainty and pretty, it still tastes good." So he's like, nom nom.
He's a simple thing.
Yep. Yes. Man lives by code. Eat free when you can. Will gives Adam a bit of an apologetic shrug. "I am sorry that I missed most of the melee."
Well, I'm sure you had your reasons. Is everything all right?
He got knocked out pretty early in it. And remember, he was.
Oh, right, shit, I forgot.
He was one of the first teammates to kind of get walloped.
Right. Oh shit, yeah, I forgot all about that. Yeah. Well, someone has to go early. On a different day, you might have been the last man standing. So I think there's an element of luck involved as well.
Indeed. They're chaotic affairs, and I find I do some of my best fighting at night instead, he says with kind of a playful bad boy wink at the equally ruthless and efficient sellsword. But because he has been hanging out with sellswords. Remember, that was kind of his hook leading into the week, was he's been hanging with the bad crowd lately.
Well, yes, not many. I don't think many melees are held at night, unfortunately for you. But I imagine that's not what you're talking about.
Yeah. A confused fight for gold is a confused fight for gold. I just prefer to be the one doing the confusing instead of the one being blindsided by the next wave charging into us. Oh well.
That's
a
a, I
bit of
think
a
that's a
rueful
perfect.
grin.
I think that's a perfectly understandable desire.
But anyway, you lot did fine without me.
Yeah, I'm certainly very proud of my siblings for how far they got. That's not many can say that they have fought the king to a standstill.
Indeed, or had the King's Guard need to break them up. So it would look like the last man standing was your sister.
I would certainly come down on that side, though. Well, I'm biased. And I certainly think Sir Marion Trant really wanted an excuse to get wading in there, but well, we've got to deny him that, and there's satisfaction to be had in that.
I hear fighting women and squires is all he's good for.
Yes, I hear that as well.
And he wasn't all that good at fighting women.
True, very true.
And he,
we should get the bards to add a verse about that then.
Lothar Brune just hums the tune to Sir Marion Can't
Yes.
under his breath. He's not speaking up while knights and young lords are talking, but he just cheerfully hums that tune with a bit of a grin around his mouth full of food.
Mm-hmm. Yes, quite. Such a good song.
Speaking of Bela, up to anything with the Stormlander?
Nothing in particular. I think just pleasant conversations for the rest of this course.
Okay. I'm just trying to touch base with everybody and make sure I'm not like glossing over anyone or keeping them from.
Well, we'd already
enjoy.
Right? Hadn't I already talked with?
Well,
with the cranes and.
Oh, right. You went over to the cranes.
Yeah.
Never mind.
Yeah, I'm like.
Yeah. I was like, wait a second. No, but it's somewhere else. My bad. Yeah. So you're, Reyna, what are you up to for this course?
I'm gonna stay with Alisane and little Bobby Frey and my brother unless he wanders off. And we'll just chat about like our plans for the road and what it's like living in the South. And I won't terrify her, but I would like her to, sort of become more at ease with the gentler arts of womanhood, not just the warrior ones. Mostly, I just mean I want to teach her how to dress right for her body type. But
hey, that's my job. I'm the fashion advisor in this family.
I'll let Adam do a makeover, but mostly I just want to build that confidence in her, so that when she does choose to come home to Bear Island, she will be a little more rounded.
Alrighty. She blushes a bit at the idea of getting help from fancy highborn ladies. She goes, "Oh, we're just she-bears on Bear Island, but not ladies like you mainlanders. But maybe that would be nice." And she blushes a bit.
Something different and something, maybe to make it sound more appealing to be in the South with us. Something different to make you stand out from the other she-bears.
Yeah, like I said, she looks a little bit blushy and girly at the idea of that. Lil Robert gives you kind of a suspicious look, like he suspects you're about to start making fun of her. But a childhood among Freys will leave you kind of sensitive to that sort of thing. So he doesn't interject, but you can tell he's kind of warily, waiting for you to say something cruel. Because, bullying. All right then. Time for the palate cleanser. This is a frumenty, a thick pottage of cracked wheat eggs, currants, and a mild brown sugar. So again, they're going in kind of a sweet route, but it's small dishes of it, just enough to get all the savoriness of peacock porpoise and pork belly out of the system. And hot on the heels of this kind of mildly sweet palate cleanser, you can see the servants already scurrying away to get ready for the second main course. So it looks like they're pacing up a bit, which is partially my reaction to some of the conversation dying out. I just want to keep things moving, and I'm wondering if maybe it's just the glittering prizes at the end of the feast that you guys are mostly concerned with, or have we got any more?
No, it's more like I kind of like the kind of entity left on the list is a sort of thing I can't easily come back from if it like doesn't
If it
go
gets
well.
if it gets out of hand, yeah.
Yeah, that's actually a good way to put it. If it gets out of hand in any direction, you know, and I know you're not keen on splitting the party, so I would like to not get in a fight or whatever.
You do very much get the opinion that Lynn Corbray is not in a good mood this evening. He is doing that cat-like, I'm fine, whatever, I don't care. But he's doing it in a way that makes it very clear that he
cares.
is probably not going to be fun to flirt with tonight, or pleasant to be around.
I mean, that's not necessarily what I was going for, but I mean, you've got me in a box here. You know, like, I'm capable of talking to him about other things.
Right.
He just looks to not be in the mood for much company tonight.
That's
it's just
that's fine.
fallout
Like,
from his decision.
That's fine. I just needed to like know either way whether it was okay to like get involved or not. But I know it's not now, so it just like I had a list of people I wanted to talk to, and most of them I'm not able to talk to, so I'm kind of stuck. Is all.
Right. And there are some plot threads that are still playing. So yeah, I got your list. It just most of them are
that's okay.
kind of
Just
busy
like,
at the moment.
I also don't like the knowing that plot is moving, that I'm not able to actually do it. Like I'm going, what have I missed? Like I've clearly missed an important thread I should be talking on. What am I about to be blindsided by?
Right. I feel that way too, but.
And no one has come along to tell Adam that he was a dick yet, so he can't go and apologise to Oris.
I won't make you have that conversation here. Oris, yeah, absolutely, but not you.
Raina did say she was going to talk to Adam, but
I absolutely will, but
not just yet,
here, because your responses are totally different from what I anticipated Oris's would be. I don't want to pop the top off of that in a public spot.
Yeah, and as for Luke, it's just been a long week. He's tired. He's out of sass. He wants to
running low.
Sass?
Like Adam just wants to get drunk and just absolutely rip into people.
I'm on sass fumes, so.
Yeah,
okay.
Like Adam's just waiting for Joffrey to say something shitty so he can fucking tear him apart.
Joffrey's been like muttering shitty stuff to his mother all night. Like those two have been very standoffish. Cersei again is very tense and angry looking. Like not like late season Cersei, but still just she is not really even trying to seem like a gracious hostess or whatever. And you notice that she's keeping the blackberry wine coming.
Mm-hmm.
Which is easy to do because King Robert's also like, yeah, keep the wine here for us.
Oh,
but yeah, she is not. And you do notice she's glaring. Actually, if anybody's paying attention, it kind of looks like she might be glaring at you guys, sitting there with Bearston Selmy and the Blackfish and Maya Stone and Oris. and it might not be you guys that she's glaring at that table, but when she's bothering to glare at anyone, she's kind of glaring at that knot of people. So there is some unpleasantness up at the royal table, but it looks like she's just doing her queenly duty of hosting this feast in her ballroom, but she does not seem to be having a good time at the feast. And Joffrey seems to be following her social cues and just being a little shit up there, but not like loudly. The second main course is brought out. If I'm pronouncing it right, it is malardis. It is a duck dish. So I'm assuming you actually say like the mallard part.
It's probably Mallardy.
Right, because it could also be Frenchy. Whatever.
It's French.
But it is a spiced and roasted duck that is brushed with beaten egg yolk so that the skin and stuff gets all super extra crispy on the outside. It is served with crispy fritters with brawn, which is
fried chicken, finally.
wine-cooked duck hearts. Is the brawn. It's like a stuffing type of thing made of the duck heart. And there's a ginger sauce served with the lot of it. So it's a fried, crispy duck thing with also some fried duck hearts, etc., etc.
Well, that sounds pretty good.
I'm
duck
fixing a
stuffed with
bucket
other
of
bits
fried
of duck.
chicken.
Right?
So I'd like to check in with like Vannon and the people that he would be hanging out with at this point to kind of just make sure things are going okay there, and it's fine if we just kind of like hand wave that a bit.
Vannon is sitting at the table with his father and those half brothers, not with like he has been kind of absorbed into the Riverlanders. He is not looking very comfortable. They're not having like pleasant conversation, but it looks like he's kind of just been pulled into that. You haven't received a raven from home, so you're not sure just what's going on with that. But it looks like he's just been kind of pulled into the kind of gravity of Riverlander stuff. No one has approached your group about what's going to happen when you guys leave, but he does not look happy or at ease.
Okay.
And his half brothers don't look terribly happy or at ease with him there.
Yeah.
It's just like a weird, stiff, formal dinner
Okay.
going on.
So I try to catch his glance to see if he might want me to come over or not. Kind of just try to take a cue from him of what he thinks is.
You get a small head shake.
Okay.
Perhaps that would not help the powder keg.
Yeah.
Powder kegs aren't a thing in Westeros, so I'm trying to think of a different saying, but yeah.
I get the indication that to stay away is better, and so then I respect that.
Somebody muttering something Dornish whore under their breath would not do anyone any favors, up to and including the Princess Myrcella and her name day feast, right? Like that just.
Kegs, but jars of wildfire.
Yeah. So yeah, it's that sort of thing. Like, yeah, he's the whole thing just
Don't
seems pretty
shake
tense.
jar of wildfire.
Yeah.
Don't just shake our
And there's no like Tullies here or anything like that either.
No. I mean, the closest is Sir Brendan, who is very much not really a Tully anymore.
Yeah.
Refusing a forced marriage a generation ago kind of does that. So yeah, the Riverlanders are kind of a motley assortment, dominated by Freys numerically, kind of like the rest of the Riverlands.
Who are the Ironwoods sort of socializing with?
They're kind of sitting alone. The two Ironwoods that are here, it's Cletus Ironwood and Archibald, his cousin. They're kind of sitting alone and not socializing with anyone. And they seem to kind of be glancing around a lot. like they're waiting for something.
Great.
Is the vibe you get paying some
Well,
attention to?
That's fine.
ominous.
That is
I'm not gonna
ominous.
go up to them just because we're
Yeah,
not
that's-
on good terms.
That's probably another little shot glass of wildfire. Best not to
Yeah.
not to shake in a mixer.
Okay. Well, having glanced around at a couple different areas, I'm going to return to like the Blackfish and Maya Stone, and that table where I began the night, and just have this course.
Miranda is shoving away the duck brawn, but digging in on like the crispy skin and dipping it in the ginger sauce and stuff like that. Maya is taking the duck brawn from her, like fine, give it here, and like scraping it off of her plate and wolfing it down as this rich kind of chewy treat. The two old men are still just doing old man stuff. You can hear them kind of wistfully sighing about various balls and feasts that they were at 20 years ago. Like, oh, remember the meal here? And oh yeah, oh, but then that duel sparked off and it soured the whole affair. And it was a fine feast before the bloodshed, though. It was. Their pudding was great. Just like just old dudes hanging out, talking about the times that they've socialized at various feasts and tourneys, and oh, yeah, I almost had that bastard that time, and took second though, wasn't bad, got a courser. It just like it seems like Myrcella just kind of settled in there with the Blackfish, and is skewing the overall XP level of the table very heavily. But they're just kind of talking about old tournaments and feasts and stuff. Of course, neither one is talking about women folk. But they're just talking about the feasts and the finery and
A
the
couple of swinging
Very
bastards
surprised.
like this, I find that hard to believe.
Old horses that they had. Like after he talks about the courser that he won, then it's because they've had generations of horses come and go beneath them. And then out comes the dessert course.
Oh.
The last thing before the glittering prizes. It is fennel seed covered in cinnamon and cream, preserved in sugar. So it's this weird kind of crusted puddingy dish. Slices of a very light pale cheese intermingled and fanned with strawberries. And then plums stewed in rose water.
Oh, that's more like it.
So the dessert course is once again very desserty. And there's a small flurry of activity as some other servants scurry off and they start bringing in chests. Two men to a chest for a lot of these. Some of them are like proper lockbox sized. Some of them are smaller chests. But you think before the prizes might be a good opening for any last conversations or acknowledgments of the Princess Myrcella's name day.
Yeah. I want to give her a present. I also have something for Waymar Royce. So we can do that in whatever order you want.
It's up to you. You're the one initiating both affairs.
I hate making decisions, Rusty. You know this.
All right, Waymar Royce first. Less
Right,
people will
okay.
be watching for that one.
So
There
okay.
you go.
So yeah, Adam will give him a pair of like really nice black lamb's leather gloves with lamb's wool lining.
Okay.
And so, like,
you actually-
these will be Sorry, you were going to say something?
You actually kind of get a perhaps unexpectedly warm approach as you make your way towards their spot at like the far end of the veiled contingent.
Okay.
Robar elbows his brother, and on cue, the three Royce boys that are there, the heir and Robar and Waymar, they all go, "Kindly get fucked, sir," and then they kind of nod up at you as you're approaching. So yeah, it's a. Seems like that may have retroactively earned you some points after the falling out. But they kind of, because they are also like high school to college aged kids.
Yeah.
So they're like, they're thinking that's the funniest thing ever. But their father kind of glowers a bit, and they all straighten up and try to look very serious. And Waymar thanks you graciously for them. Like, I'm sure I'll have great need of these. Certainly more than you will need down south. You've returned from the north yourself, huh?
Yes, White Harbour. I rather thought these would do you good on the wall. I thought, well, just because the others have the standard issue doesn't mean that. Well, I think you have earned something special this tourney.
Well,
it was a pleasure to watch you compete.
And Robar gives him another nudge. Like it's a joke at Waymar's expense, not yours. He goes, "I think you mean it was a pleasure to see you compete, sir." Because Waymar was just knighted by John Aaron, Hand of the Kings.
Of course, that was most remiss of me, sir.
You get the feeling Waymar may have said something to a squire earlier today. Like they're totally giving him shit about it, not you. But yeah, Waymar turns red, but then just ignore them. It was thank you.
It's quite all right. And well, if you happen upon any Manderleys, tell them Madam Nymaryen says hello.
I shall. I believe we plan on riding up to see the country instead of sailing. But you never know who you might meet on the road.
Indeed. Either way, it's a good thing that that you go to do. So I wanted to acknowledge that.
The table looks mildly surprised. You may recall Robar was worried about some pretty powerful bad blood between the lots of you. But yeah, they seem pretty touched by the gesture, and they're very polite about it. Bronze Yawn gives you a kind of not grudging, but a serious nod of respect with his craggy, bearded features.
Oh, and I'm sorry about what happened in the joust, my lord. That was an unfortunate accident, but you rode well.
Thank you. Rode as well as any that lost to that boy, but I was proud to be in the championship. And he reaches over, he gives Waymar like a grab on the shoulder, and he goes, "Don't have to be a champion to be a winner. Aye, boy? Yeah." You remember, Waymar came in second in the Squires joust, so
I quite agree. I think there is no shame whatsoever in losing to the best.
Aye, or to a half giant.
Well, we can't really help how we're born, can we?
Anyways, nice of your bastard lad to he says your bastard lad as though it's not his fucking nephew. I mean, he goes, nice of your bastard lad to give Waymar practice before he slays a giant north of the wall.
Well, I'm sure he'll make light work of the giants then.
Achievement unlocked. Bronze Yawn Royce made a joke at me. Like, that's pretty rare company. You think maybe he's been hitting the Baratheon Black Stout pretty hard.
I'm good with this.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, your gift is accepted in rough-hewn good cheer.
Yeah, now, if you, I have the I have the more difficult task of presenting something to the princess in front of her mother. So, wish me luck.
They do not send you away with a chorus of kindly get fucked, sirs, because you've explained that you're on your way to Princess Myrcella's table. So yeah, they don't holler that at you as you leave. But you have the distinct impression that they may have. So up to the royal table then.
Yes.
I'm watching.
What are you watching for? Fine.
I'm watching the queen.
Oh, I see. Okay.
She kind of languidly, and she moves in this way, in this posture, in this body language. It kind of reminds you of Lynn Corbray. That kind of cat-like, languid, I don't care that nobody likes me, but you better not fucking talk to me right now. Right? Like, it's kind of that vibe of, you're all beneath me. It shouldn't even bother me that nobody wants to approach me. Don't worry about what I'm mad about. I'm not mad about anything. Fuck you. Die. Like, it's that same, like, posture in a very cat-like, dangerous, effortless way. Only she's also doing it with a glass of wine in her hands instead of a Valyrian steel sword. So she gives you a look, but assuming you approach the princess instead of her, it's not going to result in a stoppage or anything.
Princess, lovely to see you again. I have brought
Hello.
I have brought you a gift for your name day.
She's a little girl getting a present, so her eyes light up. Mama said probably nobody would bring them to me tonight.
Well, I probably should have waited until people were bringing your other gifts, but let's just be naughty. Just this once.
Same
For fun.
thing he said to Horus.
How dare you? I did not say such a thing.
He didn't.
And give her, like, it's a little carved rosewood box. Inside are two little hair barrettes. Each one is a little silver antler that will sit flush on the side of her head, but will absolutely look like a little pair of antlers.
She perks up and she reaches out for them.
Yep.
And Cersei just reaches out and slaps it shut, almost catching Myrcella's fingers. She goes, "Don't play with your hair at the dinner table, and certainly not with those." But what do we say? And Myrcella looks disappointed, but she says, "Thank you very much, kind sir." Or are you a lord? Which are you?
I am neither yet, my lady. Perhaps someday. For now, you can just call me Adam.
Like the archer?
The very same.
I didn't get to see it. Mama says archery isn't for girls, but I heard that you did very well.
Well, if your mother saw fit, I would be happy to give you an archery demonstration before I go.
Her mother doesn't. You've given the gift. Is there anything else you need?
No, Your Grace. Thank you for allowing me to congratulate the princess on her name day.
She gestures you airily away.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave.
Right?
I think Cersei
Joffrey.
might be kind of a bitch.
Ah.
You know what? Maybe. I mean, like, there's a few clues. Like I'm starting to feel like maybe you're right. Myrcella, on the other hand, is an absolute darling who can do no wrong, and I love her.
She is.
She is holding the small rosewood box in her lap, as the Tourney prizes are getting arrayed on a table that's been hurried out, and they start to set some chests of various sizes up there. and people can kind of feel that the prizes are getting ready. So there's a bit of a hush around the room. It just gets quiet enough for just an instant that you can notice that Nate and Lucas, who you've all left unsupervised for a few courses now, had just enough to drink that as everyone else is hushing in anticipation, he's got Red Ronnet Connington by the collar and is showing the headbutt again, like in the stillness as anticipation fills the room. And because he's turned away to show how he headbutted Red Ronnet Connington, you actually notice his eyes widen. He goes, "Ah, oh, there they are. What the fuck?" And following his gaze, you see the doorway opening at the opposite end of the room. Orton Lugas walks in. He is wearing the opposite end of the color spectrum. His brother Nathan is in like green and gray / silver. Orton is in black, trimmed in silver, which is perhaps a show of solidarity, grieving alongside one of the women flanking him in a veil, Marita Lugas, who has even covered up her cleavage. She's mourning so hard.
Wow.
She is in head-to-toe black with a thick mourning veil over her face, but it kind of parts in the middle, so you can like see her face a bit, but it kind of drapes down on like either side. But flanking him on the other side is a woman in altogether lighter colors, and she's wearing just a simpler veil that you've actually seen a few times throughout the week. The veil is the sort of diaphanous, teasing, half-silken thing that many of the ladies at the Jade Spring wear when they're on the street, like smooching a sweetheart goodbye or greeting someone at the door. They kind of do this teasing secrecy thing. And it's the blonde-haired lady from the Jade Spring that he has been hanging out with all week. And in the hush of everybody preparing for the announcements of the prizes, you see Orton shoot an imperious glare off to one side, and reluctantly, Grand Maester Pycelle lifts his voice to announce this late arrival. He says, "Orton of House Lugas, the Lady Marita of House Lugas." And then as he starts the third announcement, the blonde lady lifts her veil. He says, "And the Lady Iris of House Dennett." And you see the Ironwoods standing and moving to flank them at the doorway in solidarity. And the episode ends, and we roll credits.
Oh,
I had a
killed
feeling.
Adam.
Oh, we lost
He
Adam.
just dropped.
There we go.
Oh no, I killed Ash.
Of all the times to crash, Jesus.
So,
Oh my gosh.
yeah, I was
had a
worried that you just
feeling.
like threw your phone.
No,
So there we
I
go.
felt like it.
Perfect 6 o'clock cliffhanger, everybody.
Fucking hell.
Oh man.
KGF, sir.
All right. So with the shock of all this, we should probably sign off.
Indeed.
Oh my God, what are we doing?
So, your bookish friend Orton Lugas just arrived with the missing Lady Iris of the house
You
that has
just
sworn
found her, I
vengeance
guess.
upon you.
Now I know why you wouldn't let me talk to them.
So, we'll see everybody back here in 2 weeks as
2
the
weeks.
the completely peaceful and tranquil closing feast of the Princess Myrcella's name day tourney no doubt continues without any sort of disruption or interruption or drama. And I'm sure when we see everybody back here 2 weeks from now, it's just going to be everybody getting their cool prizes for the tourney, and nothing
Yeah, right.
else of note will happen. Good night, everybody. Thanks for
Bye.
joining us.
Bye.